Good morning, everybody. Well, that's rather awkward. I've been sitting here talking to myself for about 2 or 3 minutes. Perfect. I hit go live, but apparently I didn't hit the button hard enough. Good morning, everybody. Hopefully you're having a better Monday morning than I am. Apparently I should have had that second cup of coffee already, and this one's too hot, unfortunately. My apologies for being a minute late there. I tried. 1% better every day. That's all I have to say. Hey, Abbott, Us, Anime, Raw, good to see you guys. Hey, Mac, how's it going? Asimov, I'm so glad you actually said that, because I was sitting here just thinking you guys were being quiet. Got my character arc from the beginning, late, 2-hand, 1-hand on time. Now I'm here before the streamer. Yeah, my apologies. We didn't miss anything. I was just chit-chat about what we did yesterday. So we have got Tongxing reassembled. The guilds were fighting over him, and we're very disappointed to learn that he has masterful forging techniques from 1,000 years ago in bronze that nobody uses anymore. So unfortunately for them, it was a waste of their time. We got a chuckle out of it, so that wasn't too bad. For today, I would really like to try to finish up the Swordsmith Villa questline. I'm going to try to stay relatively focused on that. We'll see if that actually does or doesn't happen. Yeah, we're not even going to put with that. So we need to, at the quest of Swordsmith Villa artisans, guide Tongxing on a journey back to Swordsmith Villa. Along the way, visit the workshops in Taiyuan, the capital, and Shaochun, main city, to learn the art of smithing. Should he return to the capital before visiting the workshops, he will lack the skills to help them. So we need to make sure we do that. Taiyuan should be our next stop. I don't think there's anything I want to do here for now, although I do like the look of the zone, and I love this music. Time for the actual part. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. That was, it wasn't a bad quest, but that was a lot of talking and fetch quests, essentially. Okay, so we are running our cultivation, leveling things up still a little bit. We finished a book. Great. Last time around, we did get up to 400 artisanship, so now we can do 3 reference books. Really will help us dig through here. Another thing I would probably do if I was making a new character, I would have an eye on trying to get to 400 ASAP. I think that's just so good. I don't know how close you could get there in character creation, but setting myself up with just some more comprehension, for example, would have made that a lot less painful. Okay, fine arts, things we have not studied. Apparently we have some cooking books. That sounds like a great one to take a whack at. What's all these lost chapters? You gotta be kidding me. Alright, well, putting the 2 together won't be as bad, but geez, that's not great. Okay, 180% from the one we've read. And I gotta be a little bit careful here because we're kind of chewing through these books that we've been using for references. I think we'll hold off on those. You too, apparently have not read you. I guess you're up there. Okay, so yeah, we got to chew through 1 lost chapter, unfortunately. Is what it is. The bot is a character? Yeah. So he is Tongxing. Thanks for that to the help from the successor of Taiwu, Tongxing is now fully assembled and can walk the path of the artisan again. Most of the things from the past happened over a millennia ago. 10 taels of silver, too little, barely enough to do anything. 100 taels? You'll need a carriage just to move it. It's too bulky, too scattered, hard to manage. Turns out business isn't Tongxing's thing. Alright, well, unfortunately, he's not going to be making us any money anytime soon, it sounds like. And medical care. Apparently, we do still have an injury from something. Let's take care of that. Industry-wise, gather what we got. Oh man, look at this list these days. This is looking better and better. Okay, golden crow ash, and then most of the things we've been doing. A person wants to join from the feast hall, sure. Okay, let's immediately get our new cook to work somewhere. Perfect. You can work here, buddy. There you go, good luck. Okay, so beast pack upgrade. It's kind of funny that these upgrades for these places are kind of like win more situations. I have my water in my swamp, and I've never gotten an upgrade piece for them. I have all my rocks done. I get constant increase in the rocks. Flame Pond, upgrade. Our Jade, getting close to being done with that. Our Woodlands. Looks like we started number 4 here. I don't think I did my herbs. Oh, I did. Okay. I think I'm going to leave the rest of that alone for now. Things just seem to be ticking over okay here. Last time around, somebody did point out that one of the reasons that I've been so positive in cash is actually the gemstone mines. Just to call that out again, because I've gotten probably more comments about how do you make money than anything else. These boyos are making me most of that silver. When we started, I think we had 3 of them, so that's definitely where the money was coming from. Okay, yeah, I don't think I want to fiddle with anything else there. All right, I think we are just going to get on the road again, unless there's something right close to me. I do have my aspiration up. I would like to use that, so let's just hop like right to here, and we'll do a collection. 400 martial arts is good for a 3rd chi art slot. Yeah, that would be. Okay. Ooh, there's also some grabbies here. Is that off cooldown? No. Okay, we're not going to wait for that. Okay, so we need to head to Taiwan, the capital, and Shaochun, the main city. So I believe... Oh, maybe I don't believe. Okay. There's Shaochun. Taiwan. They said on the way. Is it really on the way? Okay, vaguely. So, Taiwan, the capital. Taiwan. I guess that's where we're heading. That's not too far. Are we really at the top of the map? I guess we kind of are. The Kunlun Mountains. I really like that they went through the extra effort of making this some different terrain tiles. Like, that may seem like a little thing, but you basically have to make a whole new set for every terrain type you want to do. Since you already have your, let's call it normal grasslands terrain and a winter version for some of it. And then now you made another one for here. I wonder how many of these tile sets they actually made. It's pretty cool that they went through that effort. Okay, heading up there. Start at Taiwan and then go back south. Yeah, that's why I wanted to see where everything was. So we'll hit that. And then Shaochun comes back down through that path. And then we'll circle back around. So shouldn't be too bad. All right, let's just do it. Go. Did we not go? Oh, I had to unlock the way station. That's right. If you're not famous enough, you can't buy bus tickets in this world. Forgot about that. Okay, hopefully, nope. I was gonna say hopefully we can make the whole trip without having a month go by, but man, that's a slow journey. I guess that makes sense. It is a pretty big area, but still. Okay, month went by. We didn't get any special events. Chief Master of Longmen Fort. Apparently that kid's in charge now. Disasters. Lost a Crimson G layered shoes. Oh no. Plebes should stay in their turf. Grass and trees are sparse and the massive stones line their path. Dihun Dun stepped into the greater and lesser Yunshan and saw only sheer cliffs and towering impassable rocks as far as his eyes could see. Alongside the trail were numerous stels and statues. A lumberjack walked out from the stone house built into the mountain. Dihun Dun lifted his gaze to the distant peaks and saw the precipitous mountains stood tall against one another, and some higher and some lower, yet all of them were majestic and spectacular. Legend has it that they endure rigorous asceticism in the stone cell and vow to vanquish all evil. So this is where the Dun sect is located. While Dihun Dun had never visited the sect before, myriads of feelings emerged as he looked at it from afar. He knew their journey. I need that. Yeah, see what I'm talking about? We got the winter terrain up here. Okay, so I assume we just need to get to the city. A little bit of cash. Tong Xuan's over there. Let's talk to him first. I don't know exactly how this is going to work, just to be safe. Oh, you got anything else to talk about? No. Okay. He's saying the same things. He's just big chillin'. Okay, brother, no problem. We have been on a little bit of a cricket crusade here. I think I will continue that. I probably should pick up the amount of cricket duels we're doing. I think that's a mechanic that, I don't know, it feels really overpowered, I won't lie. And just my natural instincts are like, I don't want to use it if it's overpowered. But I do think we should be doing some. Not a very impressive one this time around. Fail. Alright, well, we'll take that one. Purple Spiked Claw. A T6. Alright, I'm not going to go out of my way for that, though. As soon as Dihun Dun arrives at Taiyuan, he spots swordsmith disciples with tired eyes, rushing around in carts. Thick smoke rises in the distance, stretching all the way to the sky. Tongshin raises a hand and points towards the smoke. The workshops must be over there, successor of Taiwu. There's no time to lose. Visit the workshop. No time to lose. The two of them leave town and walk a few miles. At the foot of the mountains, they find several sword furnaces, each imprinted with the emblem of the verdant smith from the swordsmith villa. Inside, two disciples are locked in a fist fight, shouting with bloodshot eyes. I'm the successor of Taiwu. I bring the direct disciple of Master Ao to learn the craft. Please inform your master. When Dihun Dun reports their arrival, the two disciples ignore him. They flip a table and knock their sectmates aside. They brawl their way from the workshop entrance all the way to Dihun Dun, rolling in the dirt, covered in mud. Only when the old artisan yells from inside the workshop, fed up with the noise, do they stop. That sorry excuse for a fight? What a disgrace. Get your act together. Why are they fighting? The two disciples on the ground unclench their fists and get up, still fuming. One of them shouts, "That buzzard know that we're short on materials? We barely scraped together by cutting back on food and supplies, and he still went for the most expensive ones. I tried to talk him out of it, but he ignored me every time. If you ask me, he's dead set on dragging us all down. Now I see." The other disciple, seething with rage, spits and shouts back, "BS! If a weapon needs a certain material, you use it. What's the point of hoarding supplies if they just sit there? If everyone acted like you, scared and stingy, we'd never forge a damn thing. Honestly, I think you just want outsiders to laugh at us." At a loss for words. Seeing the two of them spouting noble words about sect while beating each other black and blue, the old artisan loses it. His face darkens and he yells, "Enough! Have you no shame? Honored guests are here to talk business. Clean this mess up. Successor Taiwu and the bronze successor of Master Ao, I have failed as a master. Please forgive my disciples' behavior." Disagreements among disciples happen. It's nothing new. If he looks out into the distance and sighs, if it were just a normal fight, I wouldn't care, but the Swordsmith Villa isn't what it used to be. Back when the deep azure and ivory shade twin swords were forged, people came from all over. The 7 guilds, thousands of visitors, the gift line stretched from the front gate all the way to the foot of Mount Zhonglu. Everyone wanted to be on our good side, hoping to get a celestial weapon to keep the peace in the chaotic times. But now, I have to count every silver, every chunk of charcoal. One wrong calculation, and the weapon's a failure. From grand salvation to tight budget, it's tough now. Seeing the two of them spouting noble words about the sect. Man, are we gonna be doing that a lot today? So you already knew about Master Wu's successor. The old artisan looks at Tongxing up and down and smiles. I heard about you from my senior's letter. The shopkeepers don't understand the history of the craft. They chase the true successor title like it's a prize, blind to how impossible that is. But you, a disciple from 1,000 years ago, still alive and made of bronze? It's almost too bizarre to believe. Tongxing's origin is still a mystery. In that case, I hope you'll be willing to hand down your craft. With that, Dihun Dun bows first. Tongxing follows, mimicking Dihun Dun's gesture stiffly. The old artisan chuckles. Don't worry, since you're both part of the sect, no matter what form you come in, I'll teach you everything I know, how to work metal, and my own technique too. That said, the sect is running low on materials. You'll have to find your own metal and jade to practice with. Wow. They are poor. That's fine, I might have a way to gather what we need. The old artisan nods slowly, then adds, Damascus steel and jade shine iron each have their uses. Even unfinished weapons can help you figure out the design and style you're aiming for. The more blades you forge, the better they'll get. Blades, swords, polearms. If you're aiming for a specific weapon style, you better plan your materials carefully. If I care about the weapon style, I need to plan what materials I use. Thank you, successor of Taiwu. After hearing that, Tongshin bows stiffly to Dihun Dun. The old artisan seems pleased and calls out to the disciples. You lot, pay attention. If I hear one more argument like that, don't blame me for kicking you out. Disciples clearly aren't happy to hear that. They mutter things like, that bronze thing has no soul. Master lost his mind, and the successor of Taiwu must just be clueless. But they can't disobey orders. Frustrated, they sigh and let the two inside. Okay, I don't know. Okay, head to the various workshops. Okay, let's get into my private vault here. So, for materials... All right, let me filter. Oh, I can't. Okay. Yeah, I just want to put some of this stuff away. Get rid of the fabric. Put away the wood. Keep the jade, keep that. Get rid of the herbs. I'm just trying to make myself a little lighter here. Okay, then from there, I want to look at my metals. He said Damascus. I'm pretty sure we have some. Damascus steel. No idea how much we'll need. Let's grab 5. And I think he said jade shine iron. 5 of those too. Okay. Then how do we trigger the next bit? Also, is there something else I need to do here? Oh, Oxback's main store. While we're here, I might as well look. Whale, two-headed abalone. Really high. Arrowsidrite pot. 180 culinary arts. All right, we're not doing that at the moment. Sorry. Yeah, okay. Let's leave that alone. Dr. Tongshin. Yeah, that's kind of what I assumed. I just want to make sure there's nothing else I wanted to click on while I was here. I don't think that's the case. Also, I didn't do my monthly stuff, so let's take care of that. Hey, Broad, how's it going, man? Okay, Epiphany, we need to get through the lost chapter as smoothly as we can. We're also full on comprehension. Okay, remove. Grant less XP. This might still be worth it, depending. Study efficiency, study efficiency, study efficiency. Here we are. Bedtime reading, unique insight times 2. So that'd be 30, 40, 55. Yeah, let's do it. Anything to get through lost chapters quicker. Okay, we'll need some comprehension food next month, I'm sure. Okay, medical issues, none. Look at me being all proper, doing things right. Verdant plant and some herbs. Egocentric. No, thank you. Okay, some herbs. I think I said verdant. Cool. You can count on a new epiphany next month and only take 30 to 40 progress stuff. Could gamble it, yeah. It's an interesting system, for sure. Okay, Tongshin. You're not going to talk to me via this. Thanks to the help from the successor of Taiwu, Tongshin is now fully assembled and can walk the path of artisan. Submit materials. Okay, so they asked for Damascus steel, and they asked for iron shine. I can only give him one. I'll give him the higher tier material. Okay. Yep. Tongxing pauses, snapping out of focus for a moment. He takes the forging materials, studies them carefully, and then says, "Thank you, Taiwan. This is good." Okay. Well, not you. You. Can I do more than one? No. Okay, this might take a hot second. Maybe higher stuff will get... Yeah, that's what I'm assuming. I have it, so... And it's not something I even... Not high enough I actually care about it, so... Are you just gonna keep accepting this? I guess if nothing else, we're making him happy. It's kind of funny we only started... down there. Need only one material and one of the 3 quest thingies. Oh, does he still need one of these? I see. I gotcha. That's not telegraphed very well. It shouldn't let me do this then. Alright, so we picked an ancient sword, and an ancient blade. And he said he's going to make better and better ones each time. So let's start with the blade, which is the one I care about the least. And we'll give him that one. Yeah, that was not telegraphed very well. That should have... Yeah, that should have said, give him a material and a blank sword or whatever. I'm glad you guys said something on that. I would have just fed him all the materials. If nothing else, his favorability is ridiculously high. Wait, even though this piece was made from modern techniques, a few key details are actually really close to weapons made back when the celestial being first passed down their craft. That's it. Tongxing might be able to use this as a base, mix in some old ways, and rebuild it. Fusing old and new, learning from all sources, that'd be a big help to Tongxing's training. Taiwu Dun, thank you. What they say is not necessarily true, you just gifted him stuff. Are you kidding? Okay, that's pretty ridiculous. This is good. Okay, wait for the weapon to be forged, engage in conversation. Alright, we'll just wait. I do wish we could do a little bit of forging in this storyline, since we are an artisan of some renown. Just saying. Okay, we'll wait for the sword to be forged. Clang, clang, clang. That day, Taiwu Dun sits quietly in the workshop, watching sparks flicker from each strike of the hammer. Lately, Tongxing hasn't said a word, just stays in the forge, hammering away non-stop. The fire doesn't speak, the hammer doesn't speak, and neither does Tongxing. The workshop falls quiet. Only when the old artisan gives the occasional tip do you hear any voices. Even the 2 disciples who once fought each other over the sect's future now seem strangely calm. They sit on the sidelines, silently watching Tongxing work. One breaks a flatbread in half and shares it with the other. Maybe they're just curious, maybe how a new artisan like Tongxing will manage to forge a weapon, or maybe they just don't want to break the rhythm of that steady hammering that fills the workshop day and night. Inside the quiet workshop, Taiwu Dun suddenly notices a faint blue glow in Tongxing's eyes. That blue light melts into the furnace fire and reveals a blurred vision. Squinting, he sees a different kind of workshop where dozens of people stand at the gates, looking up at the sky. 2 figures float above them, their faces unclear. As the fire flickers, the vision starts to move. Taiwu Dun hears a faint whisper beside his ear, an old man's voice. Tongxing, do you remember everything I said? It's Ao Yazid, that's the founder. Who's speaking? Just then, the fuyu hilt on Taiwu Dun's arm twitches ever so slightly. Suddenly, Taiwu Dun finds himself standing inside an old workshop. At the door, several threads of golden silk form a bridge reaching to the sky. Someone descends slowly from the end of it, radiating invisible pressure. Right in front of Taiwu Dun stands the same old man from before, the one who spoke softly. Oh, come now, not now. Tongxing, when you meet a god, this is how you bow, the old man says. Puppet master. You look sketchy. The old man kneels on both legs, bending down in deep respect. Around them, the others look at Taiwu Dun, mimic the old man's actions, performing a ritual bow towards Taiwu Dun. But Taiwu Dun notices at some point his hands have turned into bronze. Before he can even ask what's going on, a figure steps down from the bridge of golden silk threads. He pinches his nose and scoffs. Shh, what strong stink of human flesh. I'm the puppet master and I have an announcement. You mortals take heed. Wait, I'm Tongxing now? Yeah, he's kind of cool looking. The one speaking is dressed in rags, body damaged, limbs bound in coils of golden silk thread. As he spreads his arms and slowly floats down, he looks like an iron-winged vulture gliding on the wind. I've descended with the gods from the heavens in response to Nuwa's call. We're here to grant divine craft to you mortals. You better be grateful, learn well, and honor our teachings. Where is this place? Who's that? What's going on? Thank you, Lord God. Long live the gods, long live the gods. May gods bless us. Cries of thanks raise all around, and every one of them is filled with awe and worship. But to the puppet master, it seems to be annoying than touching. Stupid mortals can't even flatter me properly. The puppet master really a god? Why is he so arrogant? You there, what are you? How dare you stand before a god without kneeling? Taiwu Dun is still in shock when he suddenly feels a tight pull on his neck and limbs. His feet lift off the ground, golden silk threads wrap around his joints and lift him in the air, dragging him right in front of Puppet Master. He sneers, toying with the threads in his fingers, and stares down at Taiwu Dun. Kneel now! Alright, I think Tongxing would have tried to. Kneel. There's a saying, you don't hit a smiling face with an angry fist. This guy is clearly proud. A respectful bow might just smooth things over. Thinking that, Taiwu Dun copies the old man's gesture from before, kneels on both legs, bows down all the way. Puppet Master seems pleased. Oh, you got some sense, little toy. Not bad for a mortal-made gadget. So, who made you? Do you have a name? The room goes dead silent. Then the old man lifts his head and calls out, Please forgive him, Lord God. This is an automaton I crafted using heaven's mechanism, and his name is Tongxing. I heard the gods around Guangzhou are wise and kind, always sharing their teaching with common folk, so I took it upon myself to bring Tongxing here as a sign of respect, hoping to meet the two of you who've come to share divine knowledge. Divine knowledge? Puppet Master looks disgusted. Wise and kind, close to the people, gross. Still, if you are able to build this little thing, you're probably a bit better than the rest of those humans. I'm busy, and the stench here is unbearable. From now on, you'll pass my teachings to people here. If you slack off, just hand over your eyes and hands. He really thinks the world revolves around him. Unbearable. That thought sparks anger in Taiwu Dun. He looks at the Puppet Master, but Tongxing's face is made of bronze and shows no emotion. The Puppet Master just assumes Taiwu Dun is curious and meets their gaze with a smirk. Alright, get up. I'll take you above. As he speaks, a golden thread of silk shoots from his fingers, wraps around the old man, and with the flick of his wrist, yanks him up into the golden bridge, like reeling a fish. The old man calms himself, smiles, and gently pulls Taiwu Dun to follow. Follow the old man. Uh-oh, Heavenly Emperor. That's always a good thing when you meet him, right? The Puppet Master moves light and fast. At first, the old man leads Taiwu along, but before long, it's Taiwu Dun supporting the old man just to keep up. As the crowd below fades into the clouds, Taiwu Dun starts to see the top of the golden silk bridge. There, a man in white stands tall, looking down at the long veins, mountains, and rivers below. His face shows no emotion, and thoughts unreadable. When the Puppet Master makes it 10 steps from him, he bows strangely, showing deep respect. My lord, I brought the mortals from below. Destroy it. The man doesn't even look at him and gives the order coldly. Everyone's stunned. The Puppet Master's eyes dart around nervously, unsure exactly what the Lord meant. It? You mean that? If my lord means the mechanism is called Tongxing, just like me. Oh, interesting. It's a mechanism made by mortals to show respect. It's said to be made with heaven's mechanism. Destroy Tongxing? You like it? The white man finally turns his head, his voice ice cold. The Puppet Master's face goes cold. Before he can even explain, Taiwu Dun suddenly sees the Puppet Master drop to the ground, screaming in agony. The golden threads he once controlled are now wrapped around his limbs, pulling his joints in directions they were never meant to go. My lord, my fault, please. The Puppet Master howls in pain, begging for mercy, but the threads only pull tighter, until his lips tremble so much he can't even form words, then finally loosen a little. Those golden silk threads are brutal. The man in white speaks. All living things have their place. When mortals build machines, I can overlook it. But when mortals build people, that's an offense to the heavens. You walk around with a god's body, but have no self-awareness. I'm already being merciful by not throwing you into the forge to melt you down. From this day on, heaven's mechanism is branded heresy. Its secrets will no longer be passed on. The bronze method is now obsolete forever. I shall, in slight response to Nuwa's will, grant you mortals a mixed craft in metal. So the heaven's mechanism really has been outlawed. It wasn't just a rumor. And in response to Nuwa's will, what does that mean? As soon as the words leave his mouth, the man in white waves a hand. The golden silk threads instantly release the puppet master and shoot up into the sky. A moment later, thunder roars from the clouds, and those same threads pull down a giant sword, 100 cheese long. It cuts through the sky and crashes straight into the village where Taiwu Dun was just standing, setting off a burst of sparks. The sword pierces deep into the earth, heat rising up its blade. In no time, it forms a natural sword furnace. Return to the heart of the furnace in 100 days. Those who prove their skills will be rewarded, slackers will be punished. That sword is the same one from the ancestral forge? Sketchy? Nah, there's no way a messenger for the gods could be bad news. Yeah. The man in white then glances at the puppet master, lets out a cold laugh, and vanishes in a flick of his hand. Taiwu Dun turns to see the old man next to him soaked in sweat, fear all over his face, shielding him with his body. Meanwhile, the puppet master pushes himself off the ground. Eyes lock onto Taiwu Dun and the old man. His golden silk threads bristle with killing intent, rising into the air and trembling wildly. You lowly mortals, you made me suffer, unforgivable. This guy's unhinged, he's about to attack. Golden threads shoot forward. Taiwu Dun suddenly feels his own limbs move on their own. The body lunges forward, arms outstretched, grabbing the puppet master and dragging him right off the glowing bridge. Wind howls past the clouds. Behind Dun Taiwu, the old man shouts, Tongxing! The puppet master is furious, flings out more golden threads. Midair, they tear off Tongxing's limbs one by one. Taiwu Dun feels no pain, but he knows escape is impossible. Still, seeing the old man safe brings a sense of peace, until a thread wraps around his neck. So this is the end. Got it. Tongchen's voice snaps Taiwu Dun back to reality. He's still inside the workshop in Taiyan. Flames flicker and cold bronze glints in the light. Tongchen holds up a newly quenched blade, carefully examining his first creation for any flaws. Taiwu Dun sits quietly by the furnace, the fiery vision from earlier now complete. Was that a hallucination? Hearing the noise, the old artisan outside lifts the curtain and walks in. He leans over to inspect the blade in Tongxing's hands, eyes scanning every detail. Strong yet flexible, clean and cold, good. Very good. Some parts show a beginner's touch, but it's clear you gave it your all. With the grand sword trial coming up, I no longer have energy to teach you anymore. Go and seek other artisans. Sir, have you ever known someone called the Puppet Master? Hearing Taiwu Dun mention the name Puppet Master, the old artisan's expression shifts. He sends the other disciples away and then asks, the sect records, yes, they do mention someone by that name. They say it was the Puppet Master who brought metalcraft to Mount Zhonglu, but those records are always kept secret within the sect. As successor of Taiwu, how do you know of him? I saw him in the flames. Hearing the words from Taiwu Dun, the old artisan frowns and slowly shakes his head. If Taiwu and the Swordsmith Villa have truly formed an alliance, and you've come to help us, there's no harm in sharing the old stories. No need to play word games to dig them out, so I could only see what happened in the flames? Sir, I have heard of Heaven's mechanism was once labeled heretical. Is that true? When Taiwu Dun directly implies that Swordsmith Villa once branded its own martial art as heretical, the old artisan doesn't flinch. He replies slowly. Yes, back when Master Wu was alive, the Heaven's mechanism was indeed considered harmful to the natural order. The Swordsmith Villa declared it heresy, its core secrets were stripped down and only fragments remain. What you learn now is but a shadow of what it once was. Hey, Benny? Is this game a family descendant system like House of Legacy? Yes, tangentially. So, you play as the successor of Taiwu, and when you pass away, there will be another successor of Taiwu. It could be your kids, it could be somebody else. We have kind of like an Avatar, like the Last Airbender thing going on, where like the successor of Taiwu is a title that you have. So I don't think I can show it in this menu, but I've got a couple kids that will probably end up playing as one of them. We are, I think about 12 years into this playthrough so far, so we're in our late 20s at this point, so we got a ways to go unless we get killed. So that's why, with only a broken version left, they couldn't create something like Tongxing. No way to give the mechanism a human mind. There's also a way to have a random successor. Steam is offline. This is the first time I have seen that. I don't have anything to say. Steam usually does their maintenance stuff on Tuesday. The original heavens mechanism after Master Ao, no one's been able to figure it out. Only a few centuries ago, some blacksmith from outside the sect somehow picked up a bit of it by chance. That blacksmith never left any notes behind, just said one thing before disappearing. Demonic arts can touch the cycle of reincarnation. To change fate is to change the heart. Then they vanished without a trace. That kind of looks like our grandpa. The blacksmith from the outside the sect, to change fate is to change a heart? Hearing the noise, the old artisan outside lifts the curtain and walks in. Do you think Tongxin's weapon could save Swordsmith Villa from danger? The old artisan looks at the blade, then slowly shakes his head and sighs. No, it won't. This grand sword trial isn't just about the sword, it's about the person. Tongxin may be talented, but he's new. And with all the rumors around Master Wu's successor not being able to distinguish metals, it's hard to win people's trust. I came down from the mountain to forge this blade, not just for the trial, but to show the world that Swordsmith Villa still has its pride, that the true legacy still stands. But now the deadline's nearing, and I've failed to teach you enough. Now the martial world wonders mock us. So the trial isn't just about the sword, it's about the person. Why is the grand sword trial so complicated? Tongxin, as simple and honest as ever, stands there quietly for a while and finally says, Tongxin thinks, no matter what legacy is, if you're an artisan, you must forge with your heart and keep honing your craft. That's never wrong. Keep honing your craft, never wrong. The old artisan hears this, looks at Dihun Taiwu and Tongxin with complicated expression, and shakes his head. Tongxin, you've barely seen the world. Out there, most things depend on your background. Where you come from, who taught you, if you have the right lineage. If you're not recognized successor or part of a sect, good things rarely come your way. We benefit from those before us, so we should give back to the tradition that raised us. So I too should give back to the Taiwu legacy, but what is Taiwu's true legacy? The old artisan lets out a sigh and tells disciples to pack up and bids farewell to Tongxin and Dihun Dun. He holds up the finished weapon in both hands and returns it to Tongxin with care. I have a few senior brothers whose skills are far beyond mine. If you wish to improve, you might visit their other workshops first, then return to the sect. Tongxin doesn't hesitate. He transfers the weapon to Dihun Dun and says, for fully assembling me and for helping me gather materials, for guiding me on the path, these debts must be repaid. Take the weapon. Let's go, Tongxin. Let's visit the other workshops. Game got an update, but the notes are only in Chinese. They usually are for whatever reason, Asmov. I've had pretty good success just copy-pasting them into Gemini and telling it to translate. We got a Peak Cleaver. Okay, a tier 3 upswing, stab, hack, upswing, hack. That would actually be pretty usable for us. We use swords, not blades, but we have skill in blade too, so we totally could. Pinpoint strike chance, follow-up attacks. Kind of heavy, but not badly so. Okay. I'm just thinking if I can store that or not. Is my weight okay? My weight's okay. I'll just hold on to it. Sometimes they get translator. Yeah, sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. I really think that they should put in the effort. If you're going to release the game in English, you need to release your patch notes in English too. Especially because the AI translations are good enough. They could do that and then have a human read them and just make sure that they're correct. Whereas I can't really fact check the translation. My current sword weighs... Yeah, you know, you are right. Maybe not quite half, but yeah. Like I said, we just literally hit people with a giant iron slab. Okay, I think we are done here. So, next we want to go to Shaochun Main City. Do I want to run a month here? No, it's fine. Anything else I want to do while I'm here? No, let's stay on target. Land of Vinegar? No, let's go ahead and move on. Okay, so our next one was... I saw it a second ago. Sao Chun, here we are. South of this, yeah. It also wants to go to... Oh, and the cap... Oh, I see. I read that as Taiwan, which is the capital. I see. So we want to head to the capital. What's the capital of your country? The capital. Where do you live? My house. All right. Good thing we have all that prestige stored up, I guess. Okay, Tongxing, do we need to talk? Oh, hey, here we go. Most things from the past happened over a millennia ago. Master Ao, he treated Tongxing kindly, just like you do. But back when the celestial being taught his craft, Tongxing's limbs were ripped off by others. I never got the chance to repay his kindness. Now that Tongxing is fully assembled, I'll make sure to do something meaningful with this life. Puppet Master. Tongxing once thought if the Puppet Master built with mechanical skill can still feel, can still show emotion, then surely an artisan must have cared for him deeply, like their own creation. But once Tongxing came closer, I realized his body was damaged, worn down, never repaired. Maybe no one ever truly saw him as anything more than a low-grade tool. Listen quietly. Okay. Let's grab that. All right, we'll beat you up, sure. I feel really loud footsteps for some reason. My audio is normal. Weird. As Mom says, funny thing, a buddy once got drunk and asked the cab driver. The cab driver asked him where he needs to go. His answer: none of your business. He just wants to drive around in a car and fall asleep like a baby. Am I crazy, or are these footsteps like extra loud? Boy, that's not a good sign for my voice. Already cracking out here. Okay, to town we go. A tool. After many hardships, Dihun Dun finally reaches the capital workshop, but instead of focused artisans, he sees a bunch of battle-forged smith disciples drinking, joking, laughing, even shouting. No one's working the forge. When they see a visitor, their expression changes. One of them gets pushed forward to greet them. He stumbles over, eyes unfocused, and blurts out, You're the successor of Taiwu? And this one is? Tell him about Tongxing's wish to become a disciple. The disciple looks nervous. He tells Taiwu Dun to wait and then bolts inside the workshop. Master Wu's successor wants to become a disciple? I can't handle this. I'm getting the master. After a while, he comes back alone, hesitant and awkward, standing in front of Taiwu Dun. Is your master unwilling to teach? The disciple softens a bit and says, it's not that master meant to be rude, it's just he's been sick in bed ever since he exhausted himself to get the celestial weapon ready for the sword trial. I went to report your visit, but all he said was 3 words, bring the sword. I think he wants you to practice for now, and he'll guide you once it's better. Overworked himself sick just before the trial? The disciple quickly waves his hand and says helplessly, here at Swordsmith's Villa, everything revolves around the craft. Master holds himself to high standard. For the grand sword trial, he pushed himself hard to perfect his skills. He's too strict with us. There are a lot of us, so he ends up worrying more. Plus, he's no longer a young man. His regimen got the best of him. There's really nothing we could have done. Their master's ill and the disciples don't even seem to care. Grand sword trial's coming up. Why are you two still sitting around? Disciple shrugs both hands and casually replies, hey, the celestial weapon for the grand swordsmith trial? Only master has the skill to forge something like that. We as disciples aren't on his level. Now that he's sick, there's no point in swinging hammers blindly and ticking him off. We're just waiting for him to get better. It's not like we're slacking off or anything. So they are slacking off. No one knows when your master will recover. How about letting Tongxing forge something for him in the meantime? Tongxing nods slightly. The disciple replies, then please feel free to use the forge to reforge your weapon. They'll give me something to tell master. Everything you need is here. Sword, furnace, tools, and all. Only thing is you'll have to bring your own materials. Well then, I'm looking forward to hearing some good news from you. With that, he leads Tongxing to the front of the workshop, grabs the wine jug, stumbles back to the fire pit, keeps drinking and singing with the others like nothing happened. Louts. Gave up before the race even started. That's right. There'll never be a master swordsmith with that attitude. Alright. Yeah, you're not nearly as loud. Was that other lady wearing like tap shoes or something? Tap dancing shoes? Why was she so ridiculously loud? It was like comically loud. Yeah, we are, yeah, the counterattacks and the bonus attacks, we are really getting somewhere with that. I mean, we had almost 2 wounds just in auto attacks there. And this is against a 6 pure essence. Yeah, not bad, not bad. Get dodged, nerd. We're actually gonna make use of a opening? Nope, of course not. Those just go away too freaking fast. Okay, Tongxing. Let's do it. Thanks to the help of the successor of Taiwu, Tongxing is assembled. We will submit materials. All right. Just for the sake of it, I am gonna still give him a medal. This is good. And then we'll give him the actual thing. All right, so now we have 2 swords left. I'm feeling drawn to that one. New convo should be available as well. Okay. Wait, even though this piece was made for modern techniques, a few details are really close to weapons made back then. Okay, we've read that. This is good. Do second best for second. I gave him the sword thing and it didn't do anything. Take the lead for now. We've already talked about those. I gave him the incomplete sword. Not enough materials? Maybe. Okay, yeah. So, I was right. I did need to give him materials. I bet you it works off of favorability. You have to give him enough materials and the stuff to get high enough. Gave trash. Well, we already gave him a whole bunch of our better stuff the first time around. Wait for the weapon to be forged. Claim, claim, claim. That day, Taiwu Dun sits by the furnace watching Tongxing hammer away day after day. The master is still sick, only sending occasional instructions through others. But even without direct guidance, Tongxing keeps hammering, tapping, adjusting, studying the marks left by past artisans on the anvil, trying to find his own way of smithing. Some idle disciples occasionally wander over, curious about the bronze man the successor of Taiwu brought, wondering what kind of thing it really is. But after watching for just half an hour, they quietly clench their fists and return outside to light their own forges. They tell themselves, if we're all just swinging hammers, how come his weapon looks better than ours? Clang, clang, clang. As the hammer strikes the metal, Taiwu Dun sees a faint blue light flash in Tongxing's eyes. Somewhere in the workshops, the sound of a whip cracking through the air echoes out of nowhere. Taiwu Dun suddenly sees Puppet Master among the group of artisans, face twisted with rage, dancing and laughing madly with a golden whip. This place? The Fuyu hilt twitches slightly. When Taiwu Dun comes back to his senses, he sees only dim fire forges, rough tools, and broken swords scattered across the floor. It seems like the artisans are busy at work, except Puppet Master's there, purposely interfering with them. He lashes out his golden whip, striking the old man again and again. You, Yezi, aren't you supposed to be a master artisan? Aren't you supposed to be skilled? And this is all you can make, junk? You shame me. I'll show you what real shame feels like. Earlier, didn't Tongxing grab the Puppet Master off the Golden Bridge? The Golden Whip thrashes like a wild gilt serpent. Sometimes it strikes the old man, leaving deep bloody marks. Sometimes it cracks against the ground, making others tremble in fear. But even when the whip hits someone else, no one dares speak up. After a while, Puppet Master cools off, transforms the whip back into golden silk threads, and leaves with a sneer. The grand sword trial's coming. You mortals better watch yourself. This guy's the worst. Once he's gone, complaints start bubbling up all around the workshop. People curse the Puppet Master for always showing up to cause strife, just to settle personal grudges. Because of him, they won't be able to deliver a proper sword for the grand sword trial, and if they fail, they'll be punished. One of the artisans helps the old man and whispers, "Master, my nephew has a horse ready down the mountain. In the middle of the night, we're sneaking out with the others. We'll head for another god's territory. Come with me to Huiyanan. No point in staying here just to get tortured by that freak. If we can escape this place, that'd be for the best." Hearing Taiwu Dun speak up, both men jump in surprise. Yao Yazi brushes aside the coals on top of a hidden crate and lifts out a bronze head with a smile. "Tongxing, you're finally awake. Do you remember what happened? I couldn't find your limbs or body, only your head. I was so worried my craft wasn't good enough, that the gods would shatter you again. So Tongxing lost his body parts thanks to the Puppet Master. I'm fine." But the other artisan sees Taiwu Dun and looks terrified. "Master, that thing angered that evil god. You can't keep it. Get rid of it on the back of the mountain and come with me tonight. You've helped me so much over the years. I don't want to see you die over some divine craft." Tongxing probably hopes the old man will escape too. The old man waves it off with a gentle smile. "No need. Nuwa herself ordered the gods to descend and pass down their crafts. Gods are everywhere now. Doesn't matter where I run, it's the same. Besides, I haven't figured out how to forge with metal yet. I can't give up now. Metal holds heat within, even more so than bronze. They forge cleaner and stronger blades. And this Mount Zanlu, its ore, its water, they're unmatched. If I leave this place, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. But this divine craft really worth dying for?" The artisan quickly agrees, saying that the gods in other lands also have their own divine craft. But the old man doesn't answer. He just picks up the unfinished iron sword, sets it beside the furnace, then holds Dun Taiwu in his arms and looks out from the workshop. "I don't chase divine craft out of greed. Tongxing, remember when we climbed that glowing bridge to the sky? When we saw the gods up there? What did you think?" You know what? Very rarely does Dun Taiwu ever break from his moderate amounts, but those guys were real assholes. Cold and heartless, powerful but without virtue. They're a threat to the fate of the world. Against nature. I got an achievement there. The old man bursts out laughing. "Even I've never spoken such boldness, and here you are talking about the fate of the world. Ha! When I saw one of those two gods that day, I only had one thought. They're up high. The sky is too high." As he spoke, the old man looks up and sighs. "I've been an artisan all my life, forged more swords than I can count. I thought I'd mastered the mysteries of bronze, thought I'd understood the ways of the world. Then I saw those gods raising a hand to show us the path of metal and dismissing bronze as outdated. And they're not the only ones. The place they come from, the heavenly court, it's far above the dusty world we live in. What they understand goes way beyond us, indeed. I refuse to live my life in the dark, never knowing how high the sky really is. And I refuse to just drift through the world like a bug on a wind, nowhere to go. Now, the Tao of Metal is right in front of me. All I have to do is reach for it, and it'll bring you and me one step closer to the heavens. If everyone reaches out, we might just use the divine craft to break through some of those old mysteries. One day, maybe the mortal world won't have to live in the dark anymore. That's when I know how high the sky really is. I've got to climb higher than the sky itself. That's what I believe the true heavens mechanism is about. I see." The old man speaks plainly, without anger or ire, but his words make the other artisans around him nod one after another, clenching their fists with resolve. The younger artisan tries to persuade him again, but fails. She sighs deeply and then turns and walks away. As night falls, the light in the workshop dims. Only the furnace near the old man still burns bright. Later that night, Taiwu Dun watches half the artisans quietly pack their things and slip away in small groups. The only ones that stay behind, unable to sleep. In the dark, Taiwu Dun can almost hear soft sighs, muffled crying. Someone whispering how many days are left until the grand sword trial, few and fewer. Moments later, the crying gets louder, sharper, full of screams. Taiwu Dun sees someone who had just run off, screaming past the workshop door. Golden silk threads are chasing after them and gaining. Then, schlack, a sharp, wet sound goes, and all goes quiet. Only the puppet master's icy laugh remains. Hehe, I knew you mortals would try something nefarious. Been waiting night and day and finally you act. Sneaky, ungrateful, defiant, pathetic. I just don't get it. Why does Nuwa show so much favor to worthless trash? After he's speaking, the puppet master tosses something round, heavy, and dripping with blood into the workshop. The old man quickly hides Taiwu Dun back under the charcoal and turns his face directly. The puppet master's voice comes closer. Oh, Yozi, you didn't run with them. What a waste. But keeping quiet, even though you knew, what kind of crime is that, Crack. The old golden whip hits the ground again, and the puppet master walks in the workshop, laughing loud and wild. No one steps forward. The remaining artisans just sigh quietly. A moment ago, they feared the grand soil trial would come too soon. Now they hope it comes as soon as possible. Made me sad. Maybe needs more from the low level than just the high level. Third weapon, give your materials. Yeah, I kind of want to beat up this puppet master guy really badly. I think we could introduce him to the iron slab. The Berbert says, this game is so confusing. I have a quest to go to a certain city. When I'm there, nothing happens. You had the quest yesterday, it worked for you, go figure. Sometimes you need to let a month pass. Sometimes there's like a certain person you have to talk to. We struggled to find one of the caravans yesterday really badly. Those gods would punish you for the audacity. Oh, they definitely would. Yeah, they definitely would. Nuwa, help us! Nuwa, help us! When I was in China, I actually went to Nuwa's pagoda, climbed all the way up. They have a thing at the bottom where you throw money into it. It's a literal money pit. Puppet Master first, but heavily Emperor later. I don't know if it's in the main game, but they did say they're going to make another game mode where you do fight the Heavenly Emperor. Crack, crack, hiss. The sound of the whip keeps ringing out until one strike shifts into the sharp hiss of a quelching metal. Dun Taiwu snaps out inside the workshop. Tongxing is standing there, holding the newly forged weapon, nodding in satisfaction. Not sure why, but I just drifted into Tongxing's past again. Outside, the old artisan hears the noise. Sick and frail, he's helped by a disciple. He leans in close to Tongxing's blade, studying it carefully. I've been sick in bed these days, unable to teach. For you to forge something like this is no small feat. Also, you two gave those unruly disciples of mine quite a lesson. But you each follow your own path, and I'm still not fully recovered. I can't teach you everything I know. If you want to keep learning, you'll have to find someone more skilled. Can Tongxing save Swordsmith? The old artisan smile fades and he sighs. No. Since ancient times, celestial weapons used in the grand sword trial have all been forged using top-tier craft, sharpened to their peak, refined in spirit, stripped of flaws. This blade is good, but it's not true legacy craft. Then how do we learn those top-tier crafts? How do we carry the legacy? Tongxing, maybe the legacy is the robots we built on the way. Tongxing and Dun Taiwu exchange a look. Neither knows what top-tier craft really means, but the old artisan stares into the flames and says firmly, countless trials, relentless refining. Only by working day and night, rain and shine, studying the essence of every celestial weapon forged before us, only then can you reach that level. I see. The Swordsmith Villa disciples already train hard. They don't need any lessons. The old artisan chuckles and shakes his head. I may be sick, but I'm not deaf or blind. Those boys drink and sing behind my back, complain I'm too strict. Of course I know. But I've always just been straightforward, not skilled with words. All I ever wanted was to hand down everything I know to them before the grand sword trial, so they could either help the sect or at least walk away with real skills before I'm gone. I never thought they'd push them to rebel instead. Sorry to let you two see that mess. They'll understand one day. As he speaks, disciples outside the door are secretly listening. They never realized that Master cared so deeply. They reflect on their own behavior, feel ashamed at their harsh words, and quietly return to the furnace. Without another word, they pick up their hammers and get back to work. Not a single one dares slack off anymore or blame the Master for being too strict. This is good. And for the grand sword trial? The old artisan smiles again, then sighs. The grand sword trial, I want to help, but I just can't. I've been forging for decades. I made a few good pieces, but my skills aren't anything exceptional, and this sickness has already cost me too much time. I only left the mountain in the first place hoping to learn from talented artisans and famous workshops, but now looks like I've come back empty-handed. Decades of forging and he still thinks he isn't good enough. Tongxin, simple-hearted as always, stands there quietly for a moment and then asks, I thought, if craft works, it's useful. If a sword is made, it has value. Minor skills, minor results. Great skills, great results. Why does it have to be top tier to count as a real sword? If a sword is not considered top tier, is it still a sword? Minor skills, minor results. Great skills, great results. The old artisan shakes his head. A sword with no power is just iron. It's not a celestial weapon. Every great artisan pours their entire life into refining their skill, their fine arts, hoping to bring some peace to the chaotic world troubled by Zongshu. But if those skills end with me and I leave behind nothing but plain iron, how could I face my ancestors in the afterlife? How could I? Seems the successor of Taiwu has had their share of hardships too. The old artisan coughs as he waves his hand, telling the disciples to get ready for the send-off of Tongshu and Dihun Dun. He holds up the finished sword with both hands, shaking, and returns it to Tongxin. Now, all of our sect mates are down the mountain. Only one is left, and he's more skilled than I am. Please visit him first, then return to the sect. Tongxin doesn't hesitate. He transfers the weapon to Dihun Dun and says, for fully assembling me, for helping me gather materials, for guiding me on the path, those debts must be repaid. Take the weapon, let's go. Let's head to the next workshop. Well, for claiming it was crap, I certainly got a better weapon. Ganjiang, Tier 2. Ganjiang, the sword of ultimate might, only the loyal may claim its right. Legend has it that Ganjiang and Mo Yi were forged together from the finest and rarest metals. And some Tier 8 stuff. It's incredible. It's invincible and sharp enough to cut even the thinnest hair and bleed one upon touch. Upswing, stab, hack, upswing, stab, hack. Okay, a very balanced set of techniques. All right, Tongxin, do we have anything else to say? About the Grand Sword Trial. Lately, those relearning to craft at workshops, Tongxin noticed most of the old skills, habits, and rules from Mount Zhangzheng are already gone. Only a 100-day Grand Sword Trial and Ancestral Forge remain this day. But I wonder, is today's trial still the same as it was back then? Guess not. Not for you, yeah, not my type of sword. We really like having at least 4 hacks. More would be good, but 4 is like the minimum for what I would use if I get to pick. Okay, we are exactly at 0 energy. Have I done my stuff? Was I a good boy? I was a good boy. Okay, let's roll the month. All right, working on that sun. Let's work on that sun. Those can be changed with the artisan aspirations. Yeah, true. Okay, next we want to go to Shaochun Main City. And we have an epiphany. Yeah, it would be really nice if we could just finish this in 1 month. So either one of those getting a boost would be fine. There we go. Okay, done and done. Gather our materials. Look at me. I'm actually doing it today. Uncut jade. Oh. Egocentric. No, thank you. We have a foundry and a spirits refinery. Okay. Oh my goodness. I don't know why I always right click 1 extra time on that screen. I think it auto closes, and then while it's auto closing, I think I right click jade. Okay. And then we had 2 people. One was some spirit refinement, which is actually full at the moment. Okay, well, one of you can study here. One of you can work here. Okay, world, let's travel. Shaochun. Do you think giving the bot better metal will make a better sword? I don't know. We'll give him the good stuff, I guess. The game specifically told us to use the Damascus steel and the jade iron. And the second sword had worse materials but turned out better. I think it's just based on his favorability. If I had to guess, I think that's how it's triggering. But I could totally understand if it was based on materials. Encountering a lion-faced clan exile disciple in Shaochun. You think you can apprehend this gentleman? Let's see if you've got what it takes. Clear mind. Okay, sure. I think I do have what it takes, actually. Too bold. Too bold. You know, I haven't really commented, but we also have a lot of different battle backgrounds. I haven't paid too much attention to them, but this one just really sticks out because of the lanterns. Gonna need another residence soon? Yeah, we probably should build another residence. Splat. Taiwu Dun has defeated the lion-faced clan exiled disciple. Okay. Bold of him to attack me like that. That's all I have to say. Bold. All right, we have a study location. Winter debate. In winter, cooking smoke mingles with Buddhist chants and the hearth fires. Debate Buddhism, Taoism, appreciation, and culinary arts. We might actually take part in that. We have a little bit of Taoism and a little bit of culinary arts. And I'm reading a culinary book, so if we finish that, we'd be even better off. Okay. Okay, so let's go here and let's grab that study. That finishes my book. Okay, same thing. Fine arts, show me books that I haven't read. All right, we finished most of those things. We are to things that I'm not good at now. Just literally eeny, meeny, miny, mo at this point. Sure. Let's start in on music, I guess. Don't have very good books. You'll be fine. Yeah, you'll be fine too. Toxology, in case you're well, I want to read some of these low books so I can give them to my kids. I need to get through these quick. Okay, I think we will take that debate just to have a little spice. Smooth and easy. We've gotten some new debate skills since last time, so be curious to try it out. Curls of incense smoke and the din of voices waft from bustling marketplace. Various masters stand idle with their hands behind their backs or heads bowed in thought, creating a lively scene. The greeter bows respectfully and steps aside to direct you in the marketplace. This competition is not about fists or feet, but rather debating fine arts. You may proceed to the arena to participate in the contest. Okay. Diner. Audience. The cook leans against the doorway of the eatery, toying with a pair of chopsticks, his manner at ease. Seeing Dihun Taiwu arrive, he places the chopstick and says, "Idle as I am, why not talk over 100 flavors of the kitchen?" 2 energy and some willpower. Okay. I feel like the clouds have parted. Thank you for your guidance. Okay, interesting. I'm not exactly sure what I gained from that. What about other? Nothing. I'm spending willpower on it. What am I getting? Not much. Okay, we still have plenty of willpower for the time being. So there's somebody to talk about various things. Am I raising my attainment by doing this at all? Okay, so which one are you? You're gonna be maybe appreciation? Yeah. Okay, so appreciation. Actually, hang on, can I make it there? Let me get some energy first. Okay, so appreciation, what I'm not good at. 64, 127. If I appreciate with you, oh, now I can debate you. Or I could discuss. I want to see that. 127 was the high one. Okay, that's not giving me any fine arts. I'm not exactly sure what that's doing. Just some random favorability? Okay, that's an audience member. He wants to discuss Taoism. Okay, and he's absolutely crap at it. All right, let's debate him. Okay, now we got some new stuff. Yeah, the carpentry one. Yeah, mutual destruction. When it eliminates a peroration, both sides lose 3. Yeah. Buddhism. Okay, we have culinary arts, and we like that one because we can eliminate somebody and add its arguments. Yeah. All right. Give me some audience. Let's do it. Why would you ever debate me when you have 25? Overwhelming voice. When a heart square affected by this is broken through, an additional is lost. Okay. That's fine. Hey, Nate. Did this start long ago? About an hour and 15. Maybe a little shorter because I accidentally didn't go live. Just talked to myself for a while, as you do. Yeah, this does not look hard. This is not the main show, though. This is like the audience. If I don't get anything for this, I'm not going to talk to any more of them. I figured we would get some experience or something, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Let's see that Swordmaster quest end today. Hopefully, we have been working on it a lot. We're just stopping here for a quick second. Oop. And speaking of quick seconds, hang on tight. I gotta take a phone call. Okay, I gotta respond to a text here in a second, but we will continue on. Okay, hopefully I'm gonna notice when that text comes through. Okay, we already placed it. All right, into action. You get points in the right of the hall, global something. I guess that's true. We were racking up something there. All right, so mutual destruction would not make sense right now. We have our movement one. All right, we'll give him that. Sure, why not? We'll eliminate him, add his power to our own. Done. Oh, that thing moved around. How come I'm the only one that has one of those? Why doesn't my opponent have a double damage square he has to worry about? I don't think we need that. you know the true meaning of something something? I don't actually. All right, so if I do mutually assured destruction, he would lose right now. Yeah. Oh, it picked my daughters. I didn't notice that. He's weak. He needs some help, apparently. I see. Yeah, and it's going to be one of them that's probably doing that. I'm on to you, kids. Kids are messing with me. Oh, 1 sec, I gotta respond to that. Yeah, I was trying to have some remodeling stuff organized over the summer, and right before I was going to get started, my contractor actually had a really bad fall, and so seeing if I can still get some work done or if that's just going to be a have to wait until later thing. On the bright side, if that doesn't happen, then we'll have an extra week of content, because I would have probably had to take about a week off while that work was getting done. Okay, well, that was good, except for the hype squad. I probably should pay more attention to who we put in there. I accept defeat wholeheartedly. Okay, so global effects. Did that actually change anything here? I'm not 100% certain. Okay, so this guy is going to do Taoism. 124. I don't have enough comprehension. I kind of want to do a little science here. Let me eat some comprehension food. Where my fish at? Not you. You. Okay. Taoism 124. If we do that top option. Okay. Okay, so is this is giving me like a temporary buff maybe? I mean, I guess that's not, because we looked at our attainment and it wasn't that. Sorry, guys. Usually I don't have much going on while we're streaming, but like I said, I gotta take care of that. Okay. I think that's that. Okay. Let's go ahead and we'll see if we can get the other buffs too then, I suppose. I wish we could debate with Zhongxing instead of having to fight. He seems like he's a little too much of an angry boy to be able to do that. All right, so for these guys out here, I don't seem to get a whole lot by actually debating them. I think we're just gonna grab the buffs off of them. All right, and then it's not you. We'll go ahead and eat some more comprehension. Okay, let's get into the main debate. We're as buffed as we can be. The overseer stands with hands behind his back. Beside the arena, he sweeps over the contestants. Seeing Taiwu Dun draw near, he turns and says, "All contestants are in place. Whenever you are ready, you may begin the debate." All right. Let's inquire about the rules. The contest supervisor calmly explains the competition rules. The rules for this contest are simple. Preliminary round, choose any contestant to spar against. The winner will advance to the final round. They will take the stage and engage in discussion. The winner will be crowned champion. All right. Let's do it. So we could pick what we want to do. We should probably fight our second best score, which would be Buddhism, apparently. Probably should do the Buddhist monk. Or we should pick somebody who's not great. So we could try to bump out the culinary artists now, and then we debate one of them and try to get culinary. The arena falls completely silent as the audience holds their breath. He Hongyi stands before the table, bows to Dihun Dun, and says, "For this debate, I shall pose 4 questions for you to answer. If you can persuade me, you shall win. Should you falter even once, we shall continue to spar. Ask away." Well, I'm gonna run out of energy. That's awkward. The kitchen utensils are neatly arranged on the table, and the arena is thick with aroma of oil and ingredients. The cook steps on the stage, takes out a pair of chopsticks. The art of cooking lies in controlling heat, but what hangs in balance between high and low heat, between gentle and forceful? We could go straight to contest, or we could answer. All right, I guess that's fine. Debate culinary arts. Cook puts away his chopsticks, says, "Excellent. That answer hits the nail on the head." I can see defeat. Oh, okay. Begin the finals, sure. Gi Yuanri. Gi Yuanri stands and folds hands, speaking resolutely. "Having overcome all obstacles on the way, you have truly shown your skill. Today, I will give my all and compete to see who's superior. Begin the finals." Debate with appreciation. Yikes. Let's debate them with Buddhism or culinary arts. Let's do culinary arts. All is still and tranquil at the center of the arena. The implements of 4 arts are arranged on either side, and the entire audience listens with rapt attention. You are too kind. The wind dies down, all goes silent. The outcome's decided. Okay, this was a weird event. I didn't actually have to do any debates to win the debate tournament? I feel like you should have had to do the debate minigame. That's a little weird. But hey, that is not a bad little haul here. 3 new books. No, 2 new books and some copies. Got some silver and some prestige. Okay. Why are there 2 options for appreciation? I think she wanted to actually do a real debate on that, but then we were able to pick the other options. A little weird. Yeah, that was strange. All right, whatever. Tongxing, do you have anything else to say? No. All right, we are out of energy. Let's roll our month. Max says, "I wonder if this event was coded before the debate minigame was redone." Oh, that could be. Anyone know how to get rare core materials outside of your village? I need a permafrost core. Somebody else will have to answer that. We have gotten some regular core materials by digging in the blighted lands, or whatever they're called. He wants my Miss T. You're just a random dude. Sorry. No. All right. Working on that sun. Okay. We just need to get to town. In my sect interaction, they will sell you core mats, including rares, for regional favor. There you go. Another long story. Taiwu Dun finally reaches the Sochan workshop. Here, the disciples of the arcane smith are all huddled around copies of the lost book of Oizi, reading like their lives depended on it. Their eyes dried, brows furrowed. But once they see Tongxing, they put the boring book aside and crowd around him, snickering. "So this is the mechanism heir, huh? Didn't think you'd actually be real. Can't believe someone as old as Master Wu actually left behind a bronze mechanism. And I heard it didn't even inherit anything. No way, we gotta get Master out here and have a look for himself." Take a look? A couple of them run inside and before long bring out an old artisan. But the moment he lays eyes on Tongxing, he scoffs and raises an eyebrow. "Master Wu's successor, huh? Then tell me, what exactly did he pass on to you?" If you really got skills, why don't you go straight back to the sect and call the grand sword trial? Why come to learn from me? There's a long story. The old artisan refuses to let it slide. It's a long story, so let me make it short. When Master Wu passed down his craft to you, did he give you any rules? When to light the forge, when to put it out, what materials to use to construct it, how tall should it be, should a sword furnace face north or south? What do you do on rainy days and snowy days? After a string of questions, both Dun Taiwu and Tongxin fall silent. The artisan thrusts a hammer towards them. Couldn't answer, huh? Then don't bother. Just make a weapon already. Let me see for myself if you're really Master Ao's successor. Tongxin, do you really not know any details? Tongxin quietly shakes his head. If I get up early, I start the forge furnace early. If I rest late, I stop late. That's all, nothing special. The old artisan's face instantly darkens. He looks furious, as if Tongxin just called Master Wu some lazy bum who kept strange hours and doesn't take his work seriously. To him, the so-called successor has none of Master Ao's spirit and must be a fraud. I think that Tongxin's simple way of doing things is actually the right one. You should work really hard. You should try your best. You should work when you can work. These guys have bound themselves up in 1,000 rules that have just caused them all these problems. Lost for words. Old artisan, why are you so hung up on every little thing about Master Wu? As Dun Taiwu speaks, the nearby disciples gasp in surprise. The old artisan frowns hard and starts shouting, ignorant, clueless, arrogant. When I joined the sect, I could recite my master's meal times, bedtime, even if he went to the latrine. Was that your favorite part? Every great artisan lights the forge at the same time, puts it out at the same time, every single day, no distractions. That's how you wear down stone drop by drop. That's how Zanlu came to be. That actually makes sense. After a string of questions, both Taiwu Dun and Tongxin fall silent. The artisan thrusts a hammer. Can't answer, huh? Don't bother. Rules lawyers. Stating that their ancestors' teaching without ever building on them or advancing. Yeah, see, that's the problem. They're stuck in a rut, basically. Man, we can't achieve good results. Let's keep trying the same thing we've tried before. This time it'll be different. Tongxin, since he exists, why not give it a try? Tongxin says nothing, just picks up the hammer and nods. The old artisan studies the two, then raises an arm and shouts, watch closely. If this one really carries the spirit of Master Ao, then we keep him, study him, learn from him. If not, toss them both out. After that, the disciples nod and grin. They're clearly enjoying the show, fully expecting the master to unleash the lost book of Ao's Yazi on them like a hammer to bless them into oblivion. So be it. All right, Tongxin. These guys are kind of jerks. Any new conversation? No. Submit materials. All right, we will give you the incomplete sword. Now, he's going to want materials until his favorability goes up. I almost guarantee you. Okay. Just for you, Mateus, just for you, I purchased an extra spare pentachrome iron. It did take him up. It did take him higher in favorability. Before we only got to intimate, we did not get to devoted. So either one of our theories could be correct there. This is good. Thanks to the help of successor Taiwu, Tongxin is now fully assembled. Wait for the weapon to be forged. Yeah, I bet you it's get that favorability bar up. Maybe getting it this high, though, will cause something else, too. I don't really have a way to test that. I think the ancestors were really chill by all the descendants. Imagine they're perfect because their old disciples are viewed as such. Well, I mean, he did also deal with the gods, right? Like, you know, the gods are real, and he talked to them. And apparently was whipped by one. Nay says, you don't need to give him crazy maths as long as you give him 3. Well, I only gave him 1 that time, so that's not correct either. You guys are getting too bound up with your rules lawyerness. Yep, that was 1 sword, and that was 1 material. And I think the better material raised the favorability, and I bet you its favorability is the threshold. If you give him better match, you'll get better odds. It's going to be hard to tell because we're also higher on favorability here, so I have no way of empirically proving it. Clang, clang, clang. That day, Taiwu Dun sits by the furnace, watching the old artisan peeking over Tongxin's shoulder, frowning and sighing. He keeps muttering, and actually, our second sword I gave worse materials and we got a better sword. Take that as you will. He keeps muttering and comparing every move Tongxing makes with the lost book of... What? If it's the lost book, how can you quote it? Of Ao Yazi, pointing, lecturing non-stop. But Tongxing doesn't get upset. He simply takes the pertinent advice and keeps hammering, just as steady as ever. Seeing that the so-called Master Wu successor can actually sit through the Master's constant nagging, the other disciples return to their forges as well. They mutter that they can't afford to fall behind Tongxing and start working together. The smoky, smeltering workshops grow even livelier. As Taiwu Dun glances towards Tongxing's rising and falling hammer, he catches a glimpse of the faint blue glow, and for a split second, the furnace flames reflect what seems like another workshop entirely. Take a closer look. Clang! The hammer comes down, the Fuyu hilt trembles slightly. When Taiwu Dun opens his eyes again, the worn-down workshop and old man appear. This time, there are even more broken swords scattered around him, and only a few artisans left inside. No one knows if the others escaped to areas governed by other gods, or if they were taken, or worse, under the puppet master's control. The grand sword trial is about to begin. All mortals, bring your finished works and step forward. Anyone who dares disobey will die. Outside the workshop, the puppet master's voice booms like thunder. The artisans inside sigh in unison, as if there's no running from fate. They put down their tools, pick up a blade from the pile of weapons on the ground, and walk out in silence. The grand sword trial has begun. I just saw that he gave his last of the 3 mats to Tongxing. I gave a whole bunch of tier 7s to the first sword and 1 tier 8. On the second sword, I gave like 1 tier 8. And on this sword, I gave 1 tier, I think that's 3 or 2. Yeah. The old man stops hammering. He reaches down and lifts the long sword wrapped in linen cloth. He holds it in his hand, staring at it quietly. Tongxing, the puppet master's out there. I can't take you with me this time. Stay here and watch over the workshops for me, all right? Lately, the puppet master has killed a lot of people. The old man gives a faint nod and sighs. I wanted to save them too, but all I know is forging swords. I have no other skills. And because I only know this path, I can't afford distractions, can't protect others, can't afford to hesitate. The torment is worse than death. Still, maybe there's another way. Something more than just leaving it to fate. Before Dun Taiwu can finish, the old man gently strokes the sword through the linen cloth, as if he's remembering the ups and downs since the furnace was first lit. I didn't want to leave it to fate. I chose this path myself. The hiss of quenching, the hammer, the ring of hammer strikes, those bring me peace. I've never once regretted being an artisan, so no, I don't need another path. Tongxing, one day you'll find a road that fits you too. When you push forward, you'll feel proud that all your effort paid off. When you falter, you'll still carry the mysteries within. So do your best without regrets. Do your best without regrets? As he finishes, the other artisans outside stop and turn surprised. The old man looks back and adds, this sword has been ready for days. Today's as good a day as any to test its edge. Tongxing, watch closely. Oh, he's gonna go fight Puppet Master. With that, the old man steps out of the workshop. He walks ahead of the rest of the artisans, heading straight towards the giant sword at the center of the forge grounds. Beneath that towering sword stands not just the Puppet Master, but a man in white, sitting high on a throne of golden silk threads. His eyes sweep over the crowd with disdain. Why are you here? Why are there only old, weak, and sick ones left? The Puppet Master quickly bows, nervous. Those mortals refused to run the craft. They tried to run. They disrespected the heavens, so I killed them all. Before he can finish, the man-wife scoffs and looks away. Puppet Master quickly changes the subject and calls out loudly. The grand sword trial now officially begins. One at a time, step forward. This is the celestial weapon forged by Lord Thunder himself. If your sword can't leave a mark, you are lazy, disrespectful to the gods, and deserve death. He points casually, and the chosen artisan steps up, raising his sword high and shouting, this sword, I forged it while thinking of my wife and children, far away on Mount Lofu. Its name is Lofu. The artisan swings the sword with all his strength. A shallow mark appears on the test stone. One by one, the other artisans step up and do the same. I promised my wife we'd go see the Camillas at Mount Weiyu. This sword is called Weiyu. My hometown is Kongzhou. This sword's name is Kongzhou. This one is Taihang. Waizu Kesing Taihang? Each artisan shouts out a name loudly and proudly. They channel their frustration, sorrow, and anger into a single vigorous strike, striking the giant sword. None of their swords break, none of them are eliminated. The puppet master clenches his teeth, furious. Mortals are just defiant as ever, he growls. They're clearly turning against us. They did what we told them to do, how dare they? But the man in white just glances at the puppet master and asks coldly, you told them to name their swords? The puppet master's face drains of color. His knees buckle and he drops to the ground, making the man in white look even more displeased. No, it wasn't me. They came up with the name themselves. I only taught them the fine arts like you ordered. I wouldn't dare do anything more. They used to take breaths and insults without a word. They have never acted like this before. It must be Master Aozi. He's the one behind this. Dude, you are such a little something. In his mind, he thinks, that old man never fights back or talks back. His sword must be weak too. The Lord's already mad. I just need to pin it on him to save myself. But Al-Yazi stays calm. He steps forward, still holding the long sword wrapped in linen cloth, and says, to forge this sword, I used all the tin in Xingjing Mountain and all the copper in the dried up Ryu Creek, and I smelted it in the unfinished works of the fallen artisans buried here. As soon as Al-Yazi finished, he gripped the sword wrapped in linen cloth and swung. There was no sound, but a flash of light ran across the surface of the giant sword, leaving a long mark. Huh? The man in white lets out a soft grunt. It's barely audible, but the puppet master crashes like thunder. What sword is that? The puppet master panics and rushes forward. Before he can finish his sentence, a flash of light before him slices clean through the linen cloth on Al-Yu's sword. The linen cloth falls away, and a brilliant light bursts from the blade, shooting straight into the sky. For a moment, it outshines the sun. The stars themselves seem to scatter in fear. The puppet master freezes. He stares at the sword, then at the man in white, his voice trembling. What sword is this? What sword is this? Light pierces the sky. Stars scatter in fear. I'm just catching up on chat here. The puppet master looks like something. Iniko Mankoya. Hi, Babel. I usually watch your videos, but for once I can catch a stream. Seeing you play sold me the game. I'm 20 hours in and love it every moment. Thanks. No problem. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I love hearing that people have discovered games that they enjoy through the channel. So thank you for the... I'm going to take that as a compliment. Thank you very much. I'm glad you're enjoying the game. I saw the sect leader wield a Zonlu before. Nice tier 1 sword. You're live the first time? What's that about from scratch? I'm only on Form 5. Don't worry. It has to do with a story beat, not us dying. Made me discover Dom 6-2 and Shadow Empire. Awesome. I'm glad you're enjoying those. I guess I'll get sidetracked here for just a second, but when I started the channel, basically one of the reasons was I was frustrated because I couldn't find content on YouTube for the games I enjoy. And so I was like, well, I guess I'm going to have to do it myself, and then at least I can talk to people about the game. So I'm really happy that people have enjoyed this stuff. It's ironic because usually my weird niche stuff is the stuff people really enjoy. And when I play something popular, nobody watches it. So I definitely have found the right niche, I suppose. Maybe to my own frustration sometimes. That's awesome, though. I'm glad you're enjoying those games. Al-Yazi replies quietly. This is Zanlu. Somewhere in the heavens, a faint, mournful cry seems to echo. Zanlu. You failure. I told you to hand down the morals of basics of metal, and you let them run wild. You let a disaster like this be born. I don't like this guy. I'm gonna hit you with my iron sword, too. That's a paddling. Heavenly Emperor, you just wait. You just wait. And you let them run wild like a disaster like this to be born. I should have melted you a long time ago. The man in white says with a cold laugh. He flicks his hand, golden silk threads shoot to Puppet Master's body, latch onto the cliff, and yank him down towards the lava pit. The Puppet Master grabs the edge of the path with both hands, screaming, "My lord, please have mercy. There's no way mortals could make something like that. It's a trick, a trick. My lord!" The golden thread tightens. They wrap around his fingers, snapping each one. Then his wrists, then his arms. His body twists and bends with sickening cracks. In a flash, the puppet master's mangled body is dragged into the molten core below. His screams vanish without a trace. The man in white looks at the crowd and says calmly, "Mortals, tell me, why have you turned against us?" Because you're a jerk. You're a jerk face. Turned against you? The artisans go silent for a moment. Then one of them speaks up. "We mortals were taught by the gods of heaven. We work hard to master craft. We take on challenges. We seek the truth in all things. We move forward without fear. I don't know what it means to turn against you. I only know that we must push what we learned and what we know to the absolute limit. Push what we know to the absolute limit." The man in white hears this and a cold smirk tugs at the corner of his mouth. "Filthy mud and demon blood, yet you dare talk so boldly. What if ahead lies endless torment or crushing sky veil? What would mortals do?" Oyazi replies, "Even if the road ahead is hopeless, even if we're foolish and blind, I still want to try, and with what little skill I have. If what's ahead is endless furnace or a falling sky veil, then I'll walk into it, and nothing but flesh and bone to temper and challenge it." The man in white actually laughs instead of getting angry. His smile widens as he stands and calls out the old man's name. "Oh, Yezi, you may have spirit, but you're still just a worm in a cage. Since you mortals want to brave the flames of hell, then fine, I'll give them to you." As he speaks, he points eastward towards the East Sea, then vanishes. On Mount Zanlu, aside from the giant sword, no trace of divine remains. The gathering mortals finally breathe a sigh of relief. Some even cry as they embrace. The hell mortals are to walk lies in the Eastern Sea? Time flies. Those few artisans who survived the divine craft named this place Mount Zanlu and built Swordsmith Villa around the giant sword. Then one day, strange crimson eyes, 12 in total, open in the direction of East Sea. They gaze upon the whole world. In a flash, the heavens crack, the land wails, black mist floods the skies, and stone pillars burst from the earth. In the chaos, Taiwu Dun seems to hear the same cold voice. "So you mortals want to brave hell? Then take it." Wait, is that Zongshu? Successor of Taiwu, hey! Heavenly Emperor! Successor of Taiwu, hey! Snapping out of it, Taiwu Dun finds himself back inside the workshop. Tongxing and the other artisans are staring at him, puzzled. "Aye, just now. You've been spacing out a lot lately. Have you been getting enough sleep? I'm worried about you." Tongxing says, quenching the blade, wiping off the animal fat on its surface. He holds it up and checks the balance. "The blade's done. I'm getting the hang of it. Yeah, I've been zoning out a lot lately." Imagine not doing the Sword Villa quest. That'd be pretty cringe. Good you did this quest, I mean, yes. Only by pure happen chance, nay. By pure happen chance. Come, let me see. The old artisan rushes over and pulls the lost book of Ao Yazi, flipping through as he compares Tongxing's weapon to the diagrams inside. Not bad. Better than my own disciples. No wonder they keep whining, saying I favor you because you're the successor Taiwu's friend and connected with Master Ao. They claim I'm biased. Guess I'd better stop teaching you anything. Can this thing Tongxing made really help save Swordsmith Villa? The old artisman hears that and scoffs. No. Celestial weapons used in the Grand Sword Trial always carry Master Ao's spirit. From forging and hammering to heating and polishing, every step matters. Tongxing's work is fine, but it lacks spirit. Then how do we get that spirit? Tongxing and Taiwu Dun exchange looks. Neither of them know what it means, but the old artisan clutches the lost book of Ao Yazi tightly, his voice rising with passion. You're Master Ao's successor. How can you not know your own master? If you want to learn the real craft, you have to walk the road they walked, bear the hardships they bore. If you think like they did, live like they did, then the spirit will come. And once it's there, the spirit behind Celestial Weapon will follow. Yeah, these dudes are like, they've turned it into a cargo cult. Like, if we just do the things he did, then surely we'll be as good as he is. Meanwhile, we got our boy over here, Giga Chad Tongxin, putting in the work. Hammer, raising and falling that hammer day after day, doing the work, doing his best. The real hero we need. Heavenly Emperor's punishment for the humans daring to use the technique he taught them. Well, He was told by Nuwa to do it, so I'm going to assume that he didn't want to, because he seems like he's kind of an a-hole, right? Yeah. So that's it. You need to carry the spirit of the ancestor to forge a true celestial weapon. Come, let me see. You seem focused on Master Ao. The old artisan holds up a lost book of Ao Yazi and says matter-of-factly, the Swordsmith Village exists thanks to Master Ao. And the reason our craft has lasted so long, forged so many celestial weapons, is because of the work of our ancestors. We, the later generations, don't match their skill or virtue, so we should give it everything we've got to carry on their legacy and keep that spirit alive for generations to come. That makes sense. If not, then you're just messing around. That's how traditions die. That's how legacies break, and that's disgraceful. The old artisan grunts and glares at the disciples peeking from outside. They quickly turn away and pretend to be busy. Come, let me see. As for the grand sword trial, the old artisan falls silent a moment, then sighs deeply with hands behind his back. When I left the mountain with my brothers, we all swore to make swordsmiths proud. But so many years have passed, and I barely grasped a sliver of Master Ao's spirit. What right do I have to forge a celestial weapon or carry on the legacy? It's shameful. I like how they all just have given up before they tried. Swordsmith's true legacy? Tongshin stands there quietly a moment, then asks, do the ancestors really want us to follow in their footsteps exactly? Thank you, Tongshin. Thank you. Would you really scold the next generation for not doing things the same way? The old artisan's beard practically flares with rage. The vision for swordsmith, the heart of the people, the spirit of a true artisan, those things take a century to build and a moment to lose. If you treat it lightly, how can you even grasp Master Ao's spirit? How can you call yourself his successor? I think he's doing a better job than you are. I wonder, what exactly does the spirit of Taiwu look like? I'm telling you, save who you can save, punish who you can punish. The old artisan gives a cold snort, waves his hand, and tells the disciples to prep for the send-off of Tongshin and Taiwu Dun. He holds up the finished weapon in both hands and returns it to Tongshin. Fine. You don't understand the weight of this legacy, not yet. Before you return to the sect, you best learn more from the successor of Taiwu. Tongshin doesn't hesitate. He transfers the weapon to Taiwu Dun and says, for fully assembling me and helping me gather materials for guiding me on the path, these debts must be repaid. Take the weapon. The grand sword trial is close. Come on, let's head to Mount Zhonglu. Yeah, it is pretty funny. Isn't that the way of things, though? And here you go. Now, whether it's because of the high tier material, or whether it's because of the devoted favorability, I have no proof. I still stand by my theory, though. Better materials make him happier, though, so maybe it's just a direct correlation. We got the Taichu Ether. Primordial Ki forms an emptiness from which separates yin and yang, and with the ever-expanding sword aura and heavenly glow. The sword possesses primordial chi as boundless and endless as the Taichu era before the world was created. Hack, stab, upswing, hack. That would be fine. It is a mostly force sword. That is also fine. The thing is, for my current technique, using the correct sword actually gets me an extra bonus. Low armor pen, though, I'm not too concerned about the armor. We have a lot of armor pen from various places. And does armor pen get you through the straight up percentages? Like when you have resist 20% external injury? Because if it doesn't pin that, then it doesn't really matter. If you have a hacked centric, I do have a hacked centric. Very centric. The thing is, it doesn't pin that. Okay, good to know. Yeah, that's definitely not bad though. Just to show what we're using here. So we have the juke, but we specifically have the juke because Thunderous Juke actually benefits from that. If wielding a juke sword, deal extra wound damage for each opening the enemy has. Now, how much use do we get out of that? Debatable. But when it hits, when we actually get a double juke into a opening, that's pretty noticeable how hard we hit. The other sword, let's see. This one does have way more force though. 220 and 42%. So there is that. Would the other one be better? So. Armor pierce is 12.77 and 10.9. So a little less armor pierce, a little more toughness. Physical pin is 615. So the physical pin is actually a little better. And the base force is 174, 165. 160, 40, and 75. This does seem like it would be better. I guess we could throw it on and just test it. No reason not to, I suppose. Juke's a tier 3? Yeah, Juke is a tier 3. We had a lot of blood, sweat, and tears to get this. We really wanted this, again, because of the technique that we're currently using. Auto attacks are there to build styles? I think it just depends on your build, Mac. I hit so hard with all my attacks and my counter attacks and my free attacks that we actually end up wounding people with our auto attack, not uncommonly. It's more expensive, isn't that better? The power of money will defeat you. Does he have his condensed? If you're talking about martial arts, I don't think I have any tier 3 martial arts at all. I have the power of money on my side. That's right. All right, well, you know what? Let's get in a fight somewhere where I can get into fights back to back, and then we'll compare the numbers. Okay, good job, Tongxing. You have anything else to say? About the Heavenly Emperor. Yeah, we hate this guy. Boy, it's a good thing we did this quest so we could learn about the true threat. This person, I've only ever seen him twice. I barely know him, but I can tell. Whether it's Master Ao, Tongxing, or anyone on Mount Zhonglu, he sees us the same. Okay, yeah, we don't like that guy. We'll take our leave for now. Also, you don't have to remove the juke. Are you also using a mechanical? Yes, we have a... We put on a mechanical one. This is like my backup weapon. What tier is Thunderous Juke? It's T3. Oh, I thought you were talking about my... You said condensed. I thought you were talking about martial arts. Or you're talking about the martial art, the Juke martial art. That is a tier 6. Yeah, Dun is this dangerous with that. The reason this is working so well, in my opinion, is our character stats are perfectly aligned with our martial arts. We're doing what we're really good at. We're focusing on what we're really good at. We're not trying to do a bunch of internal damage because we're just not good at it. And when we try to do it, it's really bad, proving my point. Strength does raise loadout weight, yes. I'm damaged from other games. Okay, cool. All right, so return to Mount Zhonglu. Let's do it. What else do I need to do before we leave? Do I want to grab anything? There is a study point. There's actually 2. I kind of want to grab those before we leave. I used to not be too sussed about those, but yeah, I think I like those quite a bit now. Let's do that before we head out. All right, this is a PE4. Let's just see how hard we're hitting here. Okay, 89, 118, 89, 122 on a crit, a couple 18s. So I'm gonna say about 110 on average. Crits are pretty juicy. And look at this, auto attacking, I've already given him all those wounds. Now we are fighting down, so, you know, take that as you will. The damage ration you can manipulate. Yes. Yeah. It's so strange when you see this build doing so well. I went piercers, and I feel like I have to tweak my build for almost every boss because I don't have something just be so strong too. Yeah, the last guy we fought was definitely... We fought him the way we wanted to fight him. We should have switched over to mechanisms. It would have been an easier fight. But we did overcome him pretty handily. We might have even been able to one-shot him. I was a little skittish because it was kind of getting close. And once the wounds start, it's harder to fight. Oh, 3%. Grumble, grumble. Narrative driven. Attached to one enemy contention, reduce its arguments. That's okay, that's not bad. That would combo well with, like, when you win a fight, absorb them or something, maybe. Okay, let's change books. All right, that was the 5 Melodies of Mount Kai. Show me fine arts that I've not studied. Let's rip through that Buddhism book, maybe. No, let's get the toxology done. Yeah, I need to get these early ones, then I can pass them on. All right, do we have anything better than what we currently have? I guess that's fine. Okay, and then daughter number 1. Daughter number 1 interacts. Conversation. Give her a gift of a book. Do it by tier. The 5 Melodies of Mount Kai. All right. Yes. There you go. Enjoy, daughter. In fact, let's do a quick little check-in here. How we doing? Rare Genius, Blessed Luck, Glowing Health. Stats are going up ever so slowly. Daughter number 2, not quite as good, but still okay. She does have those long limbs. Daughter number 3, not as well. Didn't she have 3 bad traits? Maybe it was just 2. Either way, definitely the favored heir at the moment is this one. And actually, I should follow you guys just in case. Actually, that's true. You did have to retreat from the sword mount a couple times. Stack the buffs to get over the wall with that defense. I mean, I'm going to always stack buffs like that. I just feel like that's part of, like, cultivation games. Like, you have to just, like, buff yourself to the gills when you go do a big fight. But, I mean, especially doing it blind, I feel like we're doing pretty good. That's actually my favorite thing about Babel's run, says Shinosuke. Babel's isn't doing anything meta. He's just doing the simple make a sword, swing sword, be good with sword. I'm telling you, Tongxing and me, we're like this. We understand each other. He crafts like that, I fight like that. Check the bad... Oh, that's true. I didn't check. Was she reincarnated? She was. All of them are, apparently. She used to be an old man. I still currently am an old man. Was an elder? How are you that bad as an elder? Had sanguine cultivation. Interesting. A box of rouge. Fatal Blackstone Ash. Womp womp. Who did you reincarnate from? Another old dude. What's the anime where the guy reincarnates as the little girl and it's like Magic World War I? Tanya the Evil or something? Majestic. A clump of soil. Yeah, there's those bad trait. And then you were a noble lady, right? Yeah, she was a noble. She used to be egocentric, but now she's benevolent. All due to Dun's good parenting. Sanguine cultivation means he was part of the sanguine sect, yeah. I heard that you should simply equip key skills so you get more key breakthrough bonuses. Because the key stat gain is minimal anyways. If you're talking about these, we actually have them all filled up. These are really nice because they give us extra slots. So I have some utility slots I could move around if I wanted to. That's how we actually fit on that Omnis Snare at the moment. Okay, done and done. Let's... Or actually, hang on. What level are you? A little bit higher. I kind of... Not what I meant to do, but sure. Equipment. Let's switch that sword. Oh, I'm not allowed to do it here? Oh. Flesh Fiend. Body. Okay. Not what I meant to do there. Rank 3. Okay, you're not even going to be a problem. New episodes are out. Is it any good? I've never read or watched that one. It's kind of funny. I don't know if it's because they're scraping the bottom of the barrel these days, but so many of like light novels that I read years and years ago that were pretty mediocre are all getting animes these days. It is a bit crazy. I guess I should take Mr. Anime Lover's word for that. The local expert. All right, well, I didn't mean to do that, but sure, there we go. All right, I think we are traveling. We got our book ready. Did I do my industry? No. I'm not taking blame on that one. Verdant and herbs. Herbs? I do find this such a weird thing that this is such a win more mechanic on getting these core materials. Okay, world. So we are ready to head back, return to Mount Zhonglu, and prepare for the Grand Sword Trial. All right, we are needing to head way down here. Do it. I need to activate... How do I need to activate that way station? We've definitely traveled out and back before, haven't we? All right. Sure. That's weird. Different route? Oh my gosh. How famous do I need to be to buy a bus ticket in this world? That is ridiculous. Oh, I see. So we have to get the stuff on the way. Okay, that makes a little more sense, but the whole thing doesn't make any sense. Hi, I'd like to buy a plane ticket. Oh, sure. Where would you like to go, sir? I'm heading to New York. Oh, you're not famous enough to go to New York. Sorry. Do you want to stop in Nebraska? You could go to Nebraska. That's just so weird to me. I guess we have an extremely strong central government that restricts movement in this world. I don't know. Taiwu Dun has defeated the Vajra exiled disciple. Repair sword, yeah. We'll do a whole check here in a second. Okay, fresh month, we're gonna remember that. When passing Mount Zhonglu, Taiwu Dun was greeted warmly by Dongmin King, and they took the opportunity to catch up on old times. I'm pretty sure that's one of our friends, right? Oh, congratulations on the kid. Have a nice talk. The two of them got excited and chatted. Dong King suddenly introduced Zhu Ping Nian to Taiwu. Turned out that Dongmin King would like to recommend Zhu Ping Nan as a candidate to join Taiwu Village. He's a swordsmith villa guy. All right. You seem okay. He's got a fierce aura, but he's also calm. All right, sure. You can join the village. Welcome in. Continued the journey. Well, I was already there. Taiwu Dun and Tongxing travel through the dust and wind, and finally, Mount Zhonglu appears in the distance. The grand sword trial is already in full swing. Flames reach the sky, thick smoke covers the moon. In the swirling smoke at the peak, it feels like angry spirits of countless artisans are roaring and howling. They stomp and struggle upward, piling on top of each other, but still can't reach the clouds. Tongxing is stunned and murmurs, "Mount Zhonglu doesn't look like it used to. What did Mount Zhonglu look like in the past?" Tongxing thinks a moment before answering. Less flame, fewer misunderstandings, not so much fire. From his words, Taiwu Dun senses something deeper. Like Mount Zhonglu and the people on it, no longer the same as they were. Sounds like you like the old Mount Zhonglu better. Tongxing nods slightly, but after a moment of thought, shakes his head again. Back then, Mount Zhonglu didn't belong to the people yet. It was only one workshop on the whole mountain. After years of hard work, the sect now has better tools, more people, and stronger skills than ever. That's good, Tongxing nods again, but tilts his head. If it's better than before, why does everyone say they're doing so poorly? Rip. Spitting facts over here, my buddy Tongxing. I want him to join my party. I really hope he can. Maybe it's because the weight they carry now is heavier than it was back then. Tongxing looks confused. If the burden's too heavy, can't they put it down? If a weapon's damaged and never repaired, won't it break eventually? The swordsmith has stood for 100 years. If they drop the burden so easily... Can't drop the burden? Tongxing repeats, stunned. He falls silent, lost in thought, then finally says, "You, as successor of Taiwu, do you also carry more weight than most?" What a buddy. Back then, Taiwu Dun rarely spoke of the hardships of cultivation or the danger of fighting demons. The world knows they can't understand such great matters, so they simply believe successor Taiwu is strong and untouchable. As for how the successor really feels, no one cares to ask. Everyone says, "Are you the successor of Taiwu?" not "How are you, successor of Taiwu?" Traveling far, mastering martial arts, and subduing Zhongshu, only then the mission is fulfilled. Hearing this, Tongxing fell quiet. Sounds like being the successor of Taiwu is even harder than being Master Ao's successor. Demons and outlaws from north to south, Taiwu must face them all. Tongxing looks deeply shaken. Why? Why does such a huge responsibility fall to the successor of Taiwu? Yeah, we are actually really closely linked. If they are the reason, I'm not even gonna blame them. If they were there when Zhongshu was brought into the world, we are tied by the red strings of fate here, I think. In times of crisis, those who can must step up. Save who you can save, punish who you can punish. Back then, Taiwu Dun rarely spoke. To inherit martial arts legacy, to bear the name, you must live up to those before you. Tongxing counts his fingers as he speaks. Don't fail the mission. Don't fail those who came before. Don't fail the name you carry. So complicated. So much damage in the process. If one wishes to fix it, they must first gather the finest ore and melt it down and recast it. Both the successor of Taiwu is made of flesh and blood. They can't reforge that in a fire. Hearing this, Tongxing falls silent again. He can't make sense of it. He looks at Taiwu Dun and asks, "If you're made from flesh and blood, shouldn't you protect yourself and avoid harm? If you keep forcing it, how will you fix when your parts break?" How will I fix when my parts break? Taiwu Dun hears this and is struck by a realization. Everything Taiwu bears is far beyond human limits. Is it even possible to fight demons with nothing but a mortal body and martial arts? Maybe it's because the mortal body and human skills that we can overcome demons. Yeah, chat's been zooming by. I'm not ignoring you guys. Different places need different way stations. The point is to push the player to unlock them progressively. You gain legacy points easily for unlocks. Only unlock a couple per life. Do you think it's good that you only have T6 arts? I mean, if we get one, we get one, sure. Do you stream on a schedule, Babel? Is it the same rotation of games on the same day? If I drop in the afternoon, will it be Power World again? The simple answer is yes. Right now, I'm on like my summer schedule. I work a seasonal contract, so I don't work in the summer. Right now, I stream a morning stream and an evening stream. For me, it's 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. PST is my start time. It's going to be sort of Taiwu in the morning slot for probably all summer. And then the evening slot is going to move around a little bit. It will be Power World today. I don't know how much Power World we're going to do. We have another game coming out I kind of want to cover, and I also am going to probably do a Song of Six playthrough on the PM slot. But yes, that's the current schedule at the moment. Been enjoying watching the Power World? Yep, we're going to do some more of that tonight for sure. And probably on Wednesday. Power World's been awesome. Intends to give it one episode, maybe two. Yeah, we'll see. People are enjoying it, and it's kind of a super casual stream. I do a lot more chat talking since I'm not focused on story stuff to get through. Swordsmith waifu. Break someone's flesh and we'll come to the final mission. Okay, caught back up on chat. As his thoughts settle, Taiwu Dun recalls the moment he picked up the broken Fuyu hilt. Visions of the past flash before him. A scholar rushing for exams, a butcher slicing meat. Why is it that those who fight demons and save the world aren't godlike beings in golden armor, riding clouds? Just as he spaces out, Tongxing suddenly chimes in. That makes sense. Taiwu may be immortal, but still faces demons. I may be clumsy and dull, but I'm still here to smith celestial weapons. It's just as you say. Revision is an action of Tao. Gentleness is a function of Tao. Not the best analogy, but he's not wrong either. After saying that, Tongxing drifts into a daze and mumbles. It's not that I understand any deeper meaning, it's just that Master Ao never asked anything of me except one thing. Do your best without regrets. 1% better every day. Do your best without regrets. The grand sword trial? It must have already begun. Yeah, let's go. Tongxing bows slightly to Taiwu Dun and lifts his chin, walks towards Mount Zonglu. For a moment, Taiwu Dun sees the hammer in Tongxing's hand turn into something like the Fuyu hilt. As Tongxing, he looks just like Taiwu Dun once did, taking that first step bearing a legacy, walking the path of those came before. Head held high, fearless and free. This is good. I've really enjoyed this story so far, I will say. Okay, so you're gonna make me walk all that way? Grumble, grumble. Okay, but before we do that, it is coffee. We're on an AM screen. Coffee break time. I'm gonna put up a 5-minute timer here. Maybe we'll throw up our martial loadout today. And I would encourage you to get up, get yourself a drink and a stretch. We've been here for 2 hours. While I'm on break, I'm going to tell YouTube we're doing that, so you may actually get an ad there. If you get one, I appreciate the pennies. If you're enjoying the stream, a like goes a long ways to helping me out. Much appreciated to those who take the second to do that. And I will be right back. Why is it whenever you come back from a break and you're getting ready to go back on, you get something in your eye? Every time, I swear. It's like you can go days without needing to clean your glasses, and then you'll have that day where like every 10 seconds there's a smudge on your glasses. Babble problems. Okay, welcome back. I hope you had a good break. It should be paid only, but check the DLC at the start. Will your game work with the DLC? I believe you can hot add, although I can't say that for certain. I added all the free DLCs before we started this playthrough. I have not picked up the Cricket DLC. I probably will. Few people have told me that it's all translated. There shouldn't be any problems. Most of them are just outfits and not really anything. I think there's an OST. The other stuff was fine though. I haven't had any problems. Although we haven't got those long pools, the dragon pools, haven't done anything yet. I don't know if I need to do something to unlock those or what. Ah, delicious. Okay, we got a swordsmith tournament to win here. All right, now, hey, there is a bad guy here. Let me switch that equipment. Actually, let's just do a quick little repair here. Yeah, we have actually worn that quite a bit. Repair everything, please. Actually, equip, please. Yeah, I don't have enough weight that I could actually have both. Okay, so this is not using our juke sword. Come here, you. Okay, this is a 6, so this is an on tier with us. So this is higher than what we were fighting before. Oh, and it's of course gonna be a music guy. We hate that. Yeah, stop playing your stupid music. Okay, I will say that it seems like we are hitting with auto attacks a little bit harder, especially considering that he's equal realm. We are not getting our hacks as fast. That's a little annoying. Oh no, he's making me imagine bamboo! No! Are you doing a second one immediately? That's actually kind of annoying. Alright, thank you, Hype Squad, for saving me there. We could change the attack styles of rocks, and yeah, we could. I'm just seeing what the numbers look like. I will say it did auto attack a little higher, for sure. We're also probably, at some point, Juke will get replaced. It was just the next one that we could get. It was like a finesse weapon attack. All right, I don't think we're gonna do that at the moment, but I do think that is very close and would probably be a little bit of an upgrade. Okay, test done. There's something we could mine here. Okay, hold on, and we've had months pass. I need to get into my books. Okay, so we have an epiphany, we have full comprehension, a focal reflection, a diligent search. Yeah, that's fine. Re-employ all strategies you use on this chapter. Boink. Nice. Okay, easy peasy. Medical care, nothing wrong. Industry. Oh, people were saying I need more residents. We're fine. We have 29 empty slots. Yeah, we got plenty of room. Plenty of room. All right, give me the goods. Stone, plant, jade. Jade and plant are the two that we need. And jade. Apparently I have 2 of those. There you go. Getting there. Getting close. Melody emotion is kind of strong. Nothing wrong, you just got dazed. Yeah. I mean, dazed being its own thing, but chi attacks, internal damage is definitely our weakness. When we get to a sword mount that does that, we're gonna have a lot of trouble if we're still on Dune. Okay, let's do our treasure picking. What do we got? A great tonic pill. Mine now. Yoink. Cool. All right, can we not go through areas that are gonna hurt me? We're not gonna make it there this month, are we? Oh, we barely will. Oh, no, we barely won't. Okay. Asked us for tea. All right. Hey, my wife's... Hey, she's not asking for liquor. I'm very proud of you. There you go. Enjoy the tea, wife. And then we'll work on that sun. 4th time's a charm, right? Poisonous words. Prevents the enemy from placing new contentions in its top, bottom, left, or right. Okay, so you could kind of dictate where they have to put their stuff. Could be useful. I could see that. Okay, that was a toxology book. Let's go down the next. Not studied toxology. Okay, classics on poison. Okay, and we want to use the other one as a reference. Why are you not showing up here? No, fine arts. Classics on poison. There we go. Full complete chapters because we had 2 sets of those. Very nice. Okay. Medical. We're fine. Industry. Collect. Breathe. I do wish I could just set these to auto upgrade. Rebellious. No, get out of here. All right, you're fine. Okay, herb. All right, what was the building that we were talking about earlier that I said, oh yeah, we should probably build one of those? What was that? What's your problem? Are you the best literary person and you didn't get upgraded? How did I do that? It's tough to make that one useful, but I don't use toxology in my base. I would see it like you're gonna have like some super buffed ones going down the middle. So like you force them to put that in front of it. So like you have that one where like when you defeat them, you gain their power. All right, Raw, have a good one, man. Previous village build mechanics actually did have auto upgrade. I mean, maybe it exists and I just haven't noticed it. There's so many menus, you know, there's menus upon menus upon menus. It is good UI, but it's just information very, very dense, let's call it. Well, shoot, I don't remember what it was I said I wanted to build. We don't have the escort agency. Provides armed guards in return for silver. I could actually really use some upkeep there. You know what? Sure. All right, let's start higher now. We could be muscle. So it's part of the training hall. We'll put it right next to the feast hall so that they can go spend all their money. All right, we'll work on that. Looks prettier though. So far, I think the mechanics are okay, but I have no point of reference to how it used to be. Your young daughter has so many negative traits because of your wife's drinking. I don't think she drank while she was pregnant, but that maybe she did. I hope not. Please do not. Okay. I think we're ready to just hop in. Let's do it. Night falls and Taiwu Dun finally reaches the peak of Mount Zonlu. From a distance, the ancestral forge is aglow in flames and is packed with people. Waves of heat roll throughout the air. Most of the Swordsmith Villa disciples have already entered the furnace via the stone paths that circle the furnace. They're here for the grand sword trial. The ones left outside are mostly old allies or rivals of the sect. They stand silently under the flickering firelight, squinting their eyes, saying nothing. As Taiwu Dun and Tongxing approach the furnace, murmurs ripper through the crowds. 7 familiar figures stand before the flames, their fine robes billowing in the heat, casting long shadows in every direction. See, you jinxed it. The 2 of them really did show up. Old Fox, you got no one to blame but yourself. If you've got the guts, why don't you go kick the successor of Taiwu out yourself? You guys looking for a paddling? Because I've got a lot of those in stock. Long time no see, everyone. You're cool. You're okay. The 7 shopkeepers from across the land are now gathered outside Swordsmith Villa. Some of them still sore about what happened with Tongxing. Don't even try to hide their bad mood. The more easygoing ones still manage a few polite greetings. Successor Taiwu, Tongxing, we've been waiting for you too. I knew the successor Taiwu would show up. Look, I'm just saying, if we weren't currently married, she seems like she would be Dun's type. You all gave up on Tongxing back then. Now you're acting like you're still involved? The Yangtze Merchant League keeper hears that and quietly shakes her head. As for Tongxing, we're not involved anymore. I only want to remind you, not that Tongxing has taken on the mantle. He's bound to share the fate of Swordsmith Villa. It's been 1,000 years since Master Owl founded the Swordsmith Villa. Their legacy carries great weight. I thought it was only like 200 years. Yeah, hasn't it only been like 200 years? Because hasn't Zhongshu only been around like 200 years? I feel like this is not a correct counting of years. Because we're only the 14th Taiwu, although there was a break there. Chinese just like to say 1,000. Okay, fair. I'm pretty sure this, because this whole quest line, I kept expecting we were going to meet somebody who remembered Master Owl, because that would be, you know, with a little bit of a long lifespan within living memory. And there are immortals. She has money, she can surely buy her own cheap liquor. As for Tongxing, we're not involved anymore. It's been 1,000 years since Master Owl founded Swordsmith Villa. That legacy carries great weight. Both of you really prepared for that? Are you prepared? All right, you were pretty cool, Granny. Tongxing stays quiet a while, then gives a firm nod. Yangtze merchant keeper nods back, a hint of wariness and resignation in her eyes. The revival apothecary keeper chimes in. Good. We'll leave the grand trial to you two then. The trial takes place inside the sword furnace itself. The heat in there is great for smithing. It makes everything twice as efficient. But none of us have chi. We can't handle the heat, so we stay out of the kitchen. Got it. The 7 shopkeepers from across the land are now gathered. All 7 you showing up like this. You're not just here to watch the sword trial, are you? Hearing that, Yangtze merchant keeper finally sighs and speaks. Guangzhou's caravan wants to take over the entire craft of mechanical engineering after swordsmiths fail at the sword trial. We came today to stop them from swallowing the sect whole and dominating the industry. Then how do you plan to stop them? The Pavilion of Wonder keeper lets out a dry laugh. How else? Just like with Tongxing, we break the swordsmith into pieces and try to buy them up before Guangzhou's caravan does. If you hadn't stepped in, Tongxing would have stayed in my shop as nothing more than a bronze arm. If the celestial weapon is forged, no problem. If it fails, that old fox is gonna come for Tongxing too. The 7 shopkeepers from across the land make me read this thing 4 times. Looks like tonight's not gonna be peaceful. In the history, the Swordsmith Villa wasn't created before a pier because what the sword did percent? Yeah, it was basically founded with that sword incident. Once he finishes, the other shopkeepers all step aside, clearing the path. All except for Guangzhou's caravan keeper. He steps forward and locks eyes with Taiwu Dun, saying, Swordsmith Villa is the mortal enemy of us Guangzhou caravan. For generations, we built ships, vehicles, and ferries that help people cross the barren lands of the Blackstone. What legacy can't be ruined on my watch? What is your problem, dude? You used to be jolly. His expression hardens. He raises his head proudly and says, This fight is between Guangzhou's caravan and Swordsmith Villa. It has nothing to do with you. Helping Swordsmith Villa through this crisis has nothing to do with your caravan either, chubby. Guangzhou's caravan keeper bursts out laughing, half furious, half amused. Fine then, let's settle this fair and square. I won't stop you from helping swordsmiths forge their sword, but don't you dare get in my way of acquisition either. If a celestial weapon is forged and the world hails it, I'll back off and leave. But if the sword fails and this turns into a swordless trial, then Guangzhou's caravan will devour this place and unite the mechanism class craft under our name. That's how we rise. Deal. Do quick thinking. The others all hear this and grow uneasy. After all, it's been ages since the sect forged anything celestial. Whether it's the sect or Tongxing, maybe they're both past their prime. Tongxing, who's been quietly listening all along, finally speaks. To unite the mechanism craft under your name, why must you devour this place? The shopkeeper doesn't respond, but Guangzhou's caravan keeper narrows his eyes and says, Survival of the fittest. It's law of the world. It's not up to you or me. In the distance, the sword furnace blazes, eternal and unyielding. To a moth, it looks like a leaping flame. To those in the darkness, it's a dying sun of 1,000 drifting sparks. May I offer a quote? Into the darkness let us fly, circle the flames until the flame consumes us. A little bit of knowledge from another world. Back then, Tongxing had no arms or legs. He could only sit in a small workshop, staring longingly as Master Ao entered the forge. Now that Tongxing's fully assembled, he's no longer the same. He raises his head, eyes fixed on the sword furnace, and says, I think who's better and who's worse is up to us. The shopkeeper exchanges glances, silently thinking. They always believed Ao's craft was some dusty legend from centuries ago. The rumors that Swordsmith Villa's celestial weapon has yet to appear, and the successor of Master Wu returns to his craft, always seemed far-fetched. But now, seeing Tongxing, just like the rumors said, returning on command, stepping up for the ceremony, it's hard to ignore. Alright then, shopkeeper, I accept your challenge. Well then, we'll stay here and wait for the results. May fortune smile on you both. Night wraps around the furnace in a soft haze. As their talk ends, the Yangtze Merchant League keeper steps aside respectfully, gesturing for Guangzhou's caravan keeper to make way. In that moment, Taiwu Dun catches a flicker of something complicated in her eyes, a mix of envy and hope. Head towards the ancestral forge. You saw his real side. He's dropped the jolly facade. All right. Oh, crack, creak, poink. Let's do it. Grand Sword Trial. Under the dim moonlight, the forge still burns. Actually, hang on a second. Just in case I need to give him something, and I'm not allowed to get into my stuff. Materials. Show me. Metal. I'm going to withdraw my best stuff, just in case. That's not metal. Okay. Alright, let's do this. Energy. 28.5 out of 1.5. That's weird. We've never had non-whole numbers before. Heaven and earth, the forge of all. The great furnace shapes rise and fall. If thunder comes with star-born might, no drifting spark shall steal its light. Taiwu Dun steps into the sword furnace. Flames rise at the bottom, sending waves of heat rushing up. It hits like a wall, drying the mouth, soaking the skin in sweat, making the heart race. It feels like stepping into a Vishi Naraka. So this is the ancestral forge. Above, a guy with a very weak mustache stands. The giant sword at the heart of the furnace stands bound in heavy chains, stretching in all directions, and anchored deep into the cliff walls with iron hitching posts. On the side of the wall, a winding, long-shaped stone path spirals down towards the furnace pit. A few disciples stand together on the path, clearly worried, whispering among themselves. You think Master can really do it? If he fails to forge a celestial weapon, what's going to happen to the swordsmiths? Nearby, a young disciple frowns and sighs heavily. We haven't mastered our craft yet. Now we can only give up and leave the materials for the masters. If even they can't forge a celestial weapon, we'll just have to pack up and go our separate ways. I wonder how skilled that Master Owl really is. Don't bring that up. I heard he only knows how to cast bronze, and not even good as us. No way he can forge something on par with Zan Lu. Seems like the old days, training and laughing through hardships, are coming to an end. Man, you guys are just whiny. You need to just pick up a hammer and get to work. The two keep sighing, then fall silent. When they see Taiwu Dun and Tongxing appear, they quietly step aside and stare at the rock wall, saying no more. Tongxing, let's keep moving. Tongxing says nothing, walking past the two disciples, and follows Taiwu Dun down the path. After about 100 steps, the sound of hammering grows louder. Taiwu Dun notices several small caves along the path. Some of them are nearly empty, just a sword furnace, a mold, a few whetstones. No one's using them. But in the others, groups of disciples wait silently as their old artisans give order. About 10 people work together on each blade. Looks like a lot of disciples gave up their spot because of the material shortage. Tongxin nods slightly. His gaze sweeps across the faces of the elderly artisans, then lands on one empty forge cave. The rock wall here is reddish. The heat is strong. We'll use this place as our workshop. Let's begin. This forge is different from before. If you need anything, just say it. Tongxin hears this, looks around, and quietly lists all the materials he needs. Then he gets to work, feeding the fire, preparing the forge. This is good. For moral reasons or pettiness? People are talking about failing other ones. Yeah, it can be kind of weird too. Sometimes in these games, the logic doesn't follow, at least like to me. It'll be like, should you save the little boy or kill him? You're like, I'm going to save the little boy. It's like, well, he grew up to be a mass murderer. You ruined the world. Minus 100 alignment. It's like, what? That's not how that works. All right, so just like last time, I assume we're going to want to go through each one of these. Open the smithy to the forged sword. Perplexity of the verdant smith. With only a few materials left in the workshops, Taiwu Dun decides to visit the neighboring workshops to borrow some. Just then, Taiwu Dun sees an old artisan suddenly shout loudly, "Successor Taiwu, please come in." The elderly artisan walks up holding a sword he forged himself. He looks a bit lost and says, "You've traveled far and wide, Successor Taiwu. You've seen much. Could you take a look? Do you think this blade has the markings of a celestial weapon? Could it carry on the sect's legacy?" There are countless celestial weapons in the world. Each has its own strengths. The weapon in front of us is clearly far beyond ordinary, but Taiwu Dun can't really tell what exactly makes a weapon celestial. Seeing Taiwu Dun unmoved, the artisan turns around and mutters, I studied every record of celestial weapons to forge this sword. It should be worthy of the legacy, worthy of those before me. Gave us some metal. Just as Taiwu Dun heads out to borrow a few missing tools from the neighboring workshop, a loud voice roars from inside the cave. The artisan yells furiously, Shut up, you think I need you to tell me what to do? Suddenly, the old artisan swipes all the tools off the table, shouting at a disciple. If water and fire are out of balance, the metal stays weak within it. You think I don't know that after a lifetime of forging? But this isn't some plain iron. You can't just treat it like any common weapon. To forge a true celestial weapon, you need to gather master craft passed down by generations. Disciple meant well, but still got scolded. He lowers his head and backs off, afraid to say anything more. The old artisan looks guilty. He back slouches a little as he waves the disciple away and says, I know what you're trying to say. I do. Just go. Let me think on it a little more. Just a little more. What cloth am I using? It looks amazing. It's giving me noble aspiration XP. I dug it up out of a hole. I think. Yeah, it's the noble attire. And yeah, his new drip is pretty good, isn't it? The firewood in the furnace is nearly gone. As Taiwu heads out to discuss with the neighboring workshops, he hears a deep sigh. Ah, if only Master Owl were still around, I bet the sword would have turned out better. Then the old artisan walks past Dun, lost in thought, completely ignoring everyone around him. It's a shame no one here truly carries Master Owl's spirit. And that so-called successor, no chance he'll amount to anything. Forget it. Just forget it. Swordsmith? More like whiny smith, am I right? Before long, the old artisan's already far down the furnace, still muttering. He built this place to help others and put his heart into the craft. Me? I'm not even worthy of calling myself his disciple. So how could I ever grasp the spirit and forge a celestial weapon? So be it. Yeah, it is the highborn aspiration, yes. Inside the ancestral forge, there's no sense of day or night. The fire never goes out. Some disciples with chi too weak to endure the constant heat leave early. The rest stay, dripping with sweat. Lips cracked and dry, but they refuse to walk away from the whole trial thing. They grit their teeth and hold on. No one knows how much time has passed when suddenly a sound comes from the workshop. Fire and water working in harmony. Tongxing steps out holding a newly forged sword. Successor of Taiwu, the weapon is ready. All is well. Everyone's already heard about two successors. You, Master Owl's successor, go ahead and test the blade too. Seeing Tongxing step out of the workshop with a sword in hand, another artisan near the furnace calls him over. Tongxing gets ready to step forward, but turns to look at Dun Taiwu. The weapon is done. You can go with peace of mind now. Tongxing nods and walks ahead, sword in hand, lining up with the other artisans. Zhao Sanqing glances around at everyone, his voice filled with emotion. 60 years. It's been 60 years since I joined the sect, and all that time I never sought fame, never sought glory, only to get a little bit better at my craft. And yet today we gather at the Ancestral Forge, not for pride, but because danger surrounds us. The fate of our sect is at stake. I have been blessed with 60 years of shelter here. Let me, with what little I have, go first and test this weapon. Sectmates, sisters, let's do this. With that, the old artisan turns, grips the sword with both hands, and strikes hard at the testing stone at the heart of the furnace. The clang of metal rings out, sparks fly. Everyone leans forward to look. His strike carves a groove 3 chis long into the stone. To reach tier 1, the groove must be 5 chis. 3 chis, 3 kun! A disciple calls out the results. Disappointed mutters ripple through the crowd. But the whispers stop the moment a hand, tough and callous, gently presses the air as if silencing them. That hand picks up another sword and swings it down on the stone. Silently observe. 3 chis, 8 kuns. I think that's essentially, is it feet and inches essentially? I mean, it's not the same, but the furnace crackles. No one dares sigh or speak. Someone swallows their nerves and the tension along with the heat. No one wants to let a single word slip. They're afraid the sword might hear, be offended, and fail the test. A hand, trembling slightly at the knuckles, sets the sword down and steps back, making room for the next artisan to step forward. Boom. Boom! The moment the old artisan strikes, the sword in hand lets out a loud crack. The sound chills everyone to the bone. In a split second, sighs, gasps, and cries break out like a dam. The old artisan holds a broken sword in both hands, staring at a crack in the blade with sorrow in his eyes. His voice shakes. I've failed Swordsmith Villa. I failed Master Owl. Look at the old artisan. A few of the elder artisans start debating, each with their own take on why the sword broke. One says the sword was too rough, not smiths with mastercraft. Another says the sword's spirit wasn't pure. It lacked the essence of Master Owl. Hearing all this, the old artisan who failed looks even more lost. Senior brothers, sisters, what exactly is the mastercraft? What even is Master Owl's spirit? But even the one who did better in the trial avoids others' gaze, his words vague. I've only grasped a bit of Master Owl's spirit myself. Back when I studied at the foot of the mountain, it's hard to explain, too deep to speak of. Once we leave the furnace, go get the lost book of Owl Yezi. I'll explain it more clearly then. Sounds like no one really knows what his spirit means. They should just go metric. Now we need freedom units. Look towards the disciples. Outside the furnace, the young artisans are clearly shaken, one size in defeat. The sword cracked, even Master Sword cracked. But when Master Owl just started learning the craft, he could already forge Zhonglu and leave a 5 chi mark. Is the Swordsmith Villa really getting worse every year? Blame the heavens now, huh? Someone else just squats down in despair, laughing bitterly at himself. Yeah, Master Owl got celestial help back then. That's how he made Zhonglu. Man, this is like the whiniest sect ever. I think we just need to line them up and paddle them all. After the chaos brought by Zhongzhu, the world's been a mess. No more gods, no more miracles. No wonder the Swordsmith Villa keeps going downhill. Blame the heavens, huh? Look towards Tongxing. While the others talk on and on, Tongxing stays silent. He swings his sword, measures the mark, then walks back to Dihun Taiwu's side and say, the mark from my strike, 2 chis, 1 kun. 2 chis, 1 kun, not even 3 chis. 2 chis, 1 kun. So much for Master Owl's successor. It's over. My prediction, he's just gonna walk back in the forge and make another one. It's over. There's no point in watching anymore. Just more useless hope. If even Master Owl's successor can't forge a celestial weapon, the sect's doomed. Tongxing says nothing and stays calm, but the words reach the younger disciples nearby. Everyone can feel resentment building. It's enough to make an old artisan angry. Enough, the grand trial's not over. You're already speaking doom. What's your goal here? The moment he says that, the crowd goes quiet. No one dares respond, but the heat from the furnace is unbearable, burning into their bones. One disciple finally can't hold it. She shouts back, then tell us, Master, what do we do other than stand here and say nothing? We're low on materials. Our skills aren't good enough. We don't know the mastercraft. We don't understand Master Owl's spirit. The Swordsmith Villa raised me, taught me. Of course I want to protect it, but I'm not like you. I'm not the successor of Taiwu. Why are you yelling at me? I'm just not good enough. She yells as her voice cracks, full of anger, frustrated, and maybe a bit of tears. Stay silent. Sigh on the inside. With the two arguing in public, no one else dares speak. But deep down, many of them are thinking the same thing. They're just afraid. Saying it out loud only puts another chain around the neck. Just then, Taiwu Dun notices Tongxi walk away, sword in hand. Successor of Taiwu, he says, please come with me. What are you doing? Tongxing bows, then answers plainly. This sword isn't finished. It still needs work. I want to return to the workshop and remake it. Test it later. But I'll need your help. I see. It's normal to keep refining a blade if it's not quite ready, but the old artisan nearby looked surprised. He stepped forward and asked, guys, did you find a guaranteed way to forge a celestial weapon? There's no such thing as a guaranteed celestial weapon. Tongxing nods and replies, I never aimed to forge a celestial weapon, and I can't promise any weapon will become one either. But I do believe a celestial weapon has nothing to do with sect legacy, mastercraft, or fame of the martial world. The elder artisans don't take it well. One of them points straight at Taiwu Dun and snaps at Tongxing. Such arrogance. If the sect's legacy, the mastercraft, and Master Owl's spirit are all missing, how can we call it a celestial weapon? Maybe the true celestial weapon is the friends we made on the way. Tongxing pauses for a second, then replies, in my view, what made the ancients great wasn't their skills, but the path their disciples took after them. True legacy should lift you up like a great bird riding the wind, but copying others isn't enough. and even a great bird needs its own strength. Same goes for a celestial weapon. It's not about copying, even a bird needs to fly on its own. The elder artisans fall silent. They didn't expect their ideals to be turned around like this. Tongxing continues. Master Ao did gain celestial skills back then, yes, but it wasn't just those skills that made Zonlu. A celestial weapon is built on countless flawed blades and forged again and again over hundreds of days. There's no so-called legacy or spirit behind it. Rushing results, clinging to the fast, that might be missing the whole point. Taiwu Dun echoes Tongxi's view, and the elder artisan scoffs and turns away. What nonsense. So you're saying if I spend 100 days making some random hoe, it's a celestial weapon? No, I think you're just a hoe. Tongxing nods calmly. If that hoe helps farmers when they need it most, and they come to see it as a celestial weapon, why not? That's right. I can't believe this sex story is still going on. This does feel pretty long. I've been working on this for 3 streams, so almost 12 hours. Now, admittedly at Babel speed, but still. After this, the elder artisans snort in disbelief. They grumble about how arrogant Tongxi and Taiwu are, thinking a few lines of speech are enough to redefine the whole legacy of swordsmiths. But then a young disciple speaks up softly. When I was little, I spent 3 days carving a wooden sword. I thought it was a celestial weapon. It wasn't real steel, sure, but the more I shaped it, the happier I felt. Later, after I joined the sect, I saw the same joy in Master and my sect masters. We all wanted to get better at our craft. Most artisans have had that phase, making clumsy things, a rough carving, a crooked chair, a lumpy spinning top, a bad YouTube video. But as the disciples share her stories, smiles begin to show. She adds, but now we chase Master Ao's spirit and true legacy, making blade after blade, and yet I don't feel any joy anymore. The elder artisan frowns, lowering his head, and thinks quietly for a while. Then he sighs. 60 years ago I carved a wood sword too. The material was rough, the balance was all wrong, but I didn't care. I was young and I didn't know better. I was just happy with whatever I made. Now 60 years have gone by. I didn't even notice when that joy faded, and all that's left? The other artisans fell into quiet. Some nod, 1 or 2 mumble in agreement. Maybe celestial weapon was never meant to follow a set rule. When he finishes, the elder artisans all turn around and start quietly talking amongst themselves. Then one walks over and hands over the broken sword and grumbles with a half smile. You youngsters sure like your fancy talk. Fine, I give in. The sect doesn't have much material left, but take my blade, melt it down and use it too. Just let me help with the reforging too. Take the blade. The other old artisans follow one after another, handing their treasure swords to Taiwu Dun and Tongxing. In no time, the coal is stoked, the forge flares again, and the old artisans gather in the workshop, watching the sword Tongxing made. They put aside their pride and speak from the heart, no longer holding back. This is good. Imagine a tier 1 wooden sword, why not? We'll just defeat them with a stalk of rice. So much reading. Yeah, this is a long one. My poor voice, let me tell you. In the workshops, an old artisan stares at the blade. He strokes his beard deep in thought, muttering to himself, looking at the weapons throughout history. Since this sword's made of metal, the lively spirit of golden cicada might suit it best. And the depth of Tai Chi ether is also a fine choice. The young disciple and Tongxing look confused and ask, Master, what exactly does Tai Chi ether to feel so deep? Or golden cicada to be that lively? The old artisan snaps out his thought and laughs. It's not worth mentioning. Golden cicada, Tai Chi ether, each celestial weapon has its own nature. The swords we forge have their own souls too. If we blindly try to copy others, we'll just end up making a cheap imitation. This is good. Suddenly, there's a loud boom. A group of Battleforge disciples push a cart in, carrying a furnace shaped like a long's head. The lead artisan pants heavily and lifts their chin, saying, This furnace is top quality. I never let anyone touch it, but for today's grand sword trial, I'll bring out the sacred relic, so you can have a look. Everyone in the workshop's not quite sure whether to laugh or cry. They say it's like squeezing blood from a stone, but one of the disciples carefully inspects the sword furnace and nods. This furnace is heavy and sturdy. It melts even the toughest metal. The flow of spiritual chi feels strong. Looks like a long lives here. It's truly something high quality. The old artisan is pleased and nods back. At least some of you know quality when you see it. If this so-called mastercraft is so hard to guess, then fine, who needs it? Our villa has master furnace and master artisans. We've never needed some mysterious mastercraft. This is good. Artisans gather as the fire grows. The crowd starts to buzz. Some say they should start hammering the weapon right away. Others say they need to remove all impurities from the material first. One old artisan in the crowd gently closes the lost book of Ao in his hands and sighs. Ancestor, forgive me. I'm still too dull to fully understand your teachings. After saying that, the old artisan gently strokes the book in his hands, lost in thought, until a loud shout comes from the distance. Master, junior brother mixed up the charcoal and coal again. He blinks back to reality, sets the book behind his waist with a smile, then walks over grumbling, useless brat, always forgetting my lessons. Fine, one last time, I'll teach you again, so listen carefully. Okay, we're up to do one's utmost. Metal clashes and sparks fly. Once everything's ready, the artisans melt down the blade's edge and combine the metal into one. Tongxing holds the tongs in his left hand and a small hammer in his right. The old artisans take turns striking with a large hammer. The clanging echoes through the quiet workshops, and then in that moment, someone steps up beside Dihun Taiwu and bows slightly. Thank you for everything. The weapon's not finished yet, no need to thank me. Since Master Ao founded this place, celestial weapons have been forged one after another. The artisans here became proud of their skills, split into factions, and constantly competed. But seeing everyone work together like this, it truly brings peace to my heart. With that, Zhu Fenghing glances at Tongxing with a calm expression. Recluse Manor Lord. Only when we have no way out do we truly come together. Zhu Fenghong hears this and replies calmly. Success or failure, gathering or parting, those are up to fate. But improving our craft and forging celestial weapons help the people. That's why we put everything into our work. That's what being an artisan means. Even if it costs a fortune, even if the sect falls, no regrets. Zhu doesn't seem to move and says flatly, if the sect really gets torn apart, I'll be held responsible. But that Xingshu stirring and the world in chaos, the successor of Taiwu and the sects are fighting on the front lines. If I tell our disciples to quit now for a few coins to shut down the forge and play it safe, then Xingshu rises, we'll all regret it. Now I see. Even if you have to pause the trial, there's still work to be done here in Swordsmith Villa. Zhu turns toward Dihun Taiwu with a faint smile. In times like this, the more monsters running rampant, there's still more work to be done. But us artisans, forging is all we know. Because it's all we know, we can't afford to be distracted. We can't look away. We can't back down. That's what Master Ao thought when he tested the blade back then. Zhu hears this and replies calmly, no, I understand the sect's goal now. Zhu looks up at the giant sword at the heart of the furnace. Back then, Master Ao learned the art of metal and built the Swordsmith Villa around the celestial sword furnace. Much of the history's been lost, so people just assume the sect was blessed by the heavens and followed the will of the skies. But way before any celestial teachings, humans already knew how to carve wood into spears and chip stone into axes. After that, celestial weapons kept appearing. There were many like Zhonglu, and even more that surpassed it, which proves true craft doesn't come from the heavens, it comes from the people. He shifts his gaze from the sword to the artisans nearby. Indeed. When the two speak, the artisans near the forge furnace suddenly shout, Successor Taiwu, everyone! We've hit a wall here, come help us. Approached check. Tongxing grips the tongs in his left hand, holding an unfinished sword. It's taking shape, but as the fire fades, the red on the blade starts to dull. The artisan beside him keeps striking the edge, but the blade won't budge. The old artisan shouts, out of charcoal, the heat's not enough. The metal won't soften. Damn it, we're so broke we can't even keep the fire going. Successor Taiwu, you've seen a lot. Is there any charcoal left in the sect? Why can't I use my fire chi? The artisans all shake their heads. A few tear off their clothes, break up wooden tables and chairs, toss everything into the furnace, but the flame barely rises. The furnace owner slumps to the ground as the fire dies. Ah, it's my fault. This damn furnace eats too much fuel. We go to nearby towns for help. It might already be too late. While everyone's thinking, Taiwu Dun walks towards the heat rolling out of the workshops. He stomps outside and looks down to the furnace pit. Tongxing walks over, holding the half-finished celestial weapon, and says, "The Ancestral Forge, it's something high quality. There's still heat down there. Maybe I could go check it out?" Everyone gasps and rushes over. The furnace's owner bolts forward and blocks the walkway. "No, the fire down there is wild. It'll burn you up like firewood. Since the days Master Owl built the place, no one's ever come back alive from down there. I won't let you two risk your lives for my mistake. I've seen worse as successor of Taiwu. A little fire, I can handle it." Tongxing raises both hands and says loudly, "I'll go with you. I'm made of bronze. This little bit of fire is nothing." Though Tongsu isn't mortal. "Tongshu, you know bronze can't withstand that heat. You might melt down before the weapon's even done." Zhu speaks up, trying to stop him. The others begin to argue. Some say there's only one divine sword, so they can't take the risk. Others say, things the way they are, someone has to step up for the sake. Tongxin slowly lowers his hand and says calmly, "It won't hold, but I'm still going to with the successor of Taiwu. I can feel it. This sword isn't like anything I've seen before. I've already memorized all your forging crafts. As long as the heat's enough, I can finish the job. This is like getting burned for someone else's mess. You don't have to do this." Tongxing shakes his head. "I know the sect's fate matters, and the legacy, and the ancestral legacy matters too. But I'm going down there for one reason only, because I want to see the weapon finished. It's not about legacy. It's not about winning or losing. I just want to give it everything I've got, so I have no regrets." What a champion. What a champion. This guy is such a bro. So be it. "The furnace pit is deadly. I might not be able to protect you down there." Hearing that, Tongxing nods again and says, "Back when celestial being passed down the craft, Master Owl stood alone before him. He had no help. I'm lucky to have successor Taiwu by my side. I'm already grateful. So be it." Massive balls of bronze. True. Literal balls of bronze. Night Ray says, "This guy's gonna melt and finish the sword. I hope not. I hope he makes it. But he may not." Tongxin slowly lowers his hands and says calmly, It won't hold, but I'm still going with the successor of Taiwu. I can feel it. The sword isn't like anything I've seen before. You know the fire's too much for bronze, and yet you still go? If the weapon is finished, I'm happy." The others fall silent. They all think, how can a bronze man be more passionate than a real person? He's already endured so much. What's the point of talking to him out of it now? One by one, they step forward and explain the final forging steps, handing over the necessary tools and placing them into Tongxing's hands. Sometime later, no one says a word. One person steps forward to see them off. Zhu, whose shock has turned into respect, says, "Whether the weapon is made or not, we'll be waiting. Please be careful, both of you. This is good." Cage of Fate. After walking about 100 steps, the stone path along the cliff suddenly ends. Dihun Dun channels energy, lifts Tongxing, and jumps down the gap. He sees flames rising and swirling like a red long rushing from the sea. The heat is unbearable, burning the bones, searing the flesh. As he passes a jagged red rock ledge, Tongxing suddenly speaks up. "Successor Taiwu, hold up, look to your left." There on the stone to the left, a few lines appear. They're carved deeply in ancient script. "Arrogant in borrowing heaven's will, blind in pride. A righteous mask while you betray me, shame me, curse me. Bathed in golden light, you fool the masses. I wipe away sin, wash away karma. But this one thought of justice turns me into the butcher." This place should have been deserted. Who could have left those words? "I don't know," Tongxing mumbers. The carving is cut deep. Each stroke slices like a blade, like it's carved from hatred itself. Suddenly, the word "me" cracks down the middle. A sharp fracture splits the rock. A deafening boom follows, and a fire-forged mechanism bursts out of the stone, charging at Dihun Dun with terrifying force. "Betray me, shame me, curse me." Engage the enemy. How bad are we? We don't know. How bad are we? Okay, we're not too bad. Engage the enemy. Yeah, that's what I think too, Mr. Anime. I think if it's not him, it's gonna be one of them. Look how it has almost like it has the golden threads. Okay, universal stance. I'll get wrecked, nerd. Holy moly. That might be the best combo I've ever done. I wish every one of those hits gave me a technique. That would be pretty nice. Wait. No, that couldn't have been 5,000. That had to be 500 and then a second one on top of it. All right, please don't race me here. Very nice. This is by far the most involved. Well, it seems to be, since this is Zongshu's origin story. All right, he's putting up celestial armor. That is fine. Man, my eyes are absolutely killing me today. Now's not the time. Zongshu's trying to stop me. Dissector blade art? I don't think so. Whack, whack. Oh, look at all these beautiful hacks I have lined off. Oh, this is going to be really good. You call that an attack? Let me show you what an attack looks like. As I do 50,000 auto attacks. Oh, one hype. We're going to hit him. We're going to get some more stance, and then we're going to hit him immediately again. Oh, nope, he's already dead. What a wussy. I was looking forward to beating you. Pagoda boots. Hold on, I gotta put on my pagoda boots. After a fierce struggle, the Fireforged mech finally collapses, its limbs shaking before it crumbles into rubble, no longer recognizable. The way that thing moves, it's a lot like a Heaven's mechanism. This isn't random, it's a warning. Before the words even finish, a thread of gold and silk shoots out from the remnants of the mech and flies towards the furnace. Tongxing watches it disappear and says, "It really does feel a lot like Heaven's mechanism, but we're the ones who came here. We shouldn't stay too long. Once we run into whoever's behind this, the truth will come out." Cat's Eye Jade and some prestige. A reagent. It's actually a quite decent 71%. 71% of what? After a few more steps, Taiwu Dun forces himself to ignore the sharp stench in the air. He leans back over to look down and discovers a hidden space beneath the furnace. Molten fire rises and falls like the waves, stretching out like a burning sea. The distant cliff wall disappears in the light. The fire seems endless, like something even gods couldn't cross. Then Tongxing says, "Successor Taiwu, look behind you. Look at the writing." Behind them on the wall, a line of ancient script is suddenly revealed. Iron arms, golden body, wild and proud. Wrathfire binds the prisoner. Blame me, judge me, punish me. Blood and flesh step forward. Wicked brands burn deep. Body lost, pain shed. One thought of to survive, and I fall, never to return. Looks like someone's trapped. Yep, I think we know who it is, guys. Come on. That person must be in agony. The carving is cut deep, each stroke like a blade. Suddenly the word cracks down the middle, and a deafening boom follows. The Fireforged mechanism bursts out. Blame me, judge me, punish me. Okay, I will. I'm really liking the amount of return attacks and auto attacks we're getting. We still know of at least one more at MI. That should be whenever we parry. I believe parry. That will do an auto attack. I'm getting deja vu. Yeah. Look at that background. Yeah, he's just too slow. All right, we should probably let him attack us before we queue up our next one. It's a real shame about those openings. He's using a T4. All right. Bonk. Literally a 0. I'm just embarrassed for you, man. I'm just embarrassed for you. And you have like no techniques at the moment. 100%. And we get some stance and do another one. All right, can we hit the opening, please? It's in a good place for this move. $95, $95. Yeah, I wish these numbers wouldn't run together like that. Okay, so we do a crit, we do a crit, we do another crit. We do hit the chest. 2,029 damage for a total of 3,398. Not bad. He explodes. Boon copper and an Arctic grit. After a fierce struggle, the Fireforge mechanism finally collapses, its limbs shaking before it crumbles into rubble, no longer recognizable. Feng-Shin, can we forge the weapon here? Before the word even finishes, a thread of golden silk shoot out from the remnants of the mechanism, flies towards the furnace. Feng-Shin watches it disappear and says, no, there's not nearly enough heat. Please go deeper. If we run into that person, don't fight. Just finish the business and leave. Pentachrome glaze. We're getting a lot of jade for some reason. I would have expected metal. Small crit equals hit. The force hit was the real crit. Jumping across a few more red rock ledges, Taiwu Dun notices the Fuyu's sword and his arms start to glow a faint blue, gentle like flowing water, cold like a spring, but the scorching heat surges around it like snakes and vipers, slipping past the glow, trying to creep in. Suddenly, Tongxing warns, Successor Taiwu, the writing above. Above them, another rock face, more ancient script. Seen it all, remember too much. Love and hate blur together. Worry me, fear me, hurt me. Voices fade, light dims. Cut the roots of wisdom, break the ties that bind. One thought to find truth, but all I do is waste away. That person suffered for too long, probably lost their inner demons. Be careful, Successor Taiwu. It bursts out. Okay. How many of these are we going to need to fight? At least they're not a problem. At least not yet. In fact, they're actually kind of embarrassing, frankly. Good, good. Okay, next one goes off. Part of their problem is they're not getting their defense skill up to stop my hit here. Yeah, they're just way too slow to get that going. Okay, and then we pop this again. And now we wait for him to actually get an attack off, and then we'll finish him. There it is. Dune has read your every move. Are you gonna actually hit me this time? No? Oh, okay, there you go. Good job, buddy. You tried. You tried. Oh, the hype squad. Let's go. And if you survive this, which it looks like you might, we immediately grab some stance and we do it again. One for each node, that makes sense. He dropped an Ursa sword, a T2. That's the best piece of loot we've ever picked up from a fight. Ao Yazi took the finest metal from Qi Mountain, depleted the water in the streams, and forged a sword from it. It looks ethereal and restrained with a clear sheen that may be compared to the brilliance of Ursa major stars. Very much an upswing sword. Not my type of thing. It's a dex precision sword. We are a force sword. That's a good sword. Yeah, not for our build, but that's, you know, that's fine. Like I said, the reason that things are going so well is we're just doing what we're good at. We're not trying to force something. We're just doing what we're good at. After a fierce struggle, the Fireforge mech finally collapses, its limbs shaking before it crumbles into rubble. Things aren't looking good. Once we reach the furnace, forge the celestial weapon fast. I'll hold the line. Before we finish, the golden thread shoots out. As you wish. More jewel crafting stuff. Nope, that is all the nodes. There's a sword skill. Yeah. I believe all the swords from Swordsmith Villa have a corresponding art, or at least I think they do. All right, sacrifice self to forge sword. Oh no. Is this what we call foreshadowing? Tongshu, you're too good for this world. I want to recruit him as a companion. Bzzzt. As Taiwu Dun lands at the bottom of the furnace, everything is glowing red. Tongxing gestures to Taiwu Dun to stop. He walks alone towards the center of the furnace. The temperature rises sharply. As the heat hits him, the coarse cloth on his body catches fire. His giant, massive... even the bronze on his shoulder turns pale red, just like the materials of the furnace. Tongxing, your body. I'll be fine. I was made for this. Tongxing quietly takes off the coarse cloth on his shoulder. He holds it in his hands and watches silently as it turns to ash in seconds. The ash burns against his travel bag, igniting the fabric and burning the tools. He reaches into the flames and pulls out the unfinished blade. Looks towards the blazing heart of the furnace and says calmly, "The heat is ready. I'll continue forging the blade. Don't waste any time. Fire it up." Tongxing quickly finds his position, gathers fire rock, and sets up the stone furnace. His hands and feet glow redder with heat. Taiwu Dun can't move any closer. There's nothing more he can do. Only hope celestial weapon is completed in time. As hesitation lingers, a raspy laugh suddenly echoes from behind. "My lord, look, a person, it's a person." "Yeah, I wanted to give you a little spanking. I'm glad you showed up." Turning around to look, Taiwu Dun sees someone half kneeling on a rocky ledge near the giant sword in the furnace. The figure's hunched over, wrapped in gold and silk threads from limbs to neck, and a few stone mechanisms standing nearby. Looks like he's the one who carved those lines on the rock. "Hey human, Divine Lord's asking, what are your names?" The figure shuffles 2 steps forward, peers down at Taiwu Dun from above. His eyes squint to slits, barely hiding his excitement. "You still alive, Puppet Master? You still remember me? I died. Ah, right, Puppet Master was supposed to be dead." He suddenly stands up and bursts into crazed laughter. "The Divine Lord threw me in the furnace. I was about to die, but my golden silk followed orders and wrapped around the sword in the center. It's the only reason I wasn't pulled into the molten fire. But the golden silk threads become locks. If I want to escape, I'll have to rip off all my limbs or break the sword and stir the fire. I don't want to die, but I can't climb out either. Just like you now, haha." He laughs and his body jerks and twitches. The threads on his limbs and neck tremble along with him. Taiwu Dun looks closely. The threads trail back, wrapping around the sword stone in tight loops. Even with the intense heat that cracks like rocks like twig, the threads and sword remain untouched. So he's stuck down here because of those threads. "You're using Heaven's mechanism to control those mechs. What's your goal?" The Puppet Master stretches his arms, showing mechanical joints at his elbows, eyes blazing. "Heaven's mechanism? No. Those are Divine Lord's original puppet arts. When the Divine Lord created me, he used this very method. He gifted me these threads and I pierced them into my flesh, studying how I'm built. Limbs like these, torso like this, head like this. Pierce threads into your own body?" His lips tremble as he speaks, voice high with excitement. "When I dug into my ears and eyes, the pain almost killed me, but I endured it. I had to, so I wouldn't let the Divine Lord down, hee. Human, listen, Divine Lord's praising me." Taiwu Dun listens quietly, but hears nothing except for the flames. This one's too far gone. No saving him. It's a paddling time. I hope he gets reforged. Me too. "Don't believe in me. Believe in me who believes in Tongxing." Looking around, turning around to look, Taiwu Dun sees someone half kneeling on the rocky ledge. We've already read that. "I'm Taiwu, just passing through. Don't mean to intrude." Taiwu, what a strange name. Even though Taiwu Dun says they don't mean to intrude, the Puppet Master clearly isn't letting them go. He hunches again and steps forward, pointing at Tongxing. "Divine Lord says you came all the way here from the lower realm. That's not easy. He wants to reward you. What about it? What's your name?" He keeps saying Divine Lord. This is getting weirder. "Tongxing." Tongxing's still preparing the forge and answers while hammering begins. But those 2 words mixed with the rhythmic clang somehow make Puppet Master freeze. He straightens up, eyes wise. "Tongxing? Tongxing, yes, Divine Lord says he remembers that name. It's not the Divine Lord who remembers, it's you. You two must have been sitting here by Divine Lord to keep me company. Thank you, kind Lord." I swear I'll live up to his expectations. I'll govern the lower realm well and become a proper immortal. No mortal shall succeed again. He's overjoyed, bowing his head in the fire as if someone's really there. You know who this reminds me of? The puppet girl from Five Flowers DLC for Tale of Immortal. I mean, not exactly, but a divinely crafted puppet. Giant slab of iron versus gold thread. Yep. Greatest anime battles 2026. This guy's completely mad. Best not to engage. He bangs his head on the ground with unnatural strength. Iron forehead smacking the stone. The thuds match the clang of Tongxing's hammering, a creepy rhythm. Halfway through, he collapses forward, laying flat and murmurs. Divine Lord's right here. I'm already bowing. Why won't you kneel? Your Divine Lord left you here to suffer. Why do you still worship him? Is that so? Puppet Master sneers, hatred filling his eyes. He suddenly lunges forward 2 steps, glaring as he demands. It was you, lowborn lot, who turned against the Lord. You made him punish me. You trapped me down here. So now it's your turn to stay. After laughing, the Puppet Master stretched out the golden thread silk, stabbing it deep in the rock. When he pulls it back, the fire-forged mechanism takes shape in his hand. But don't worry, you're not alone down here. There are plenty of mud dolls, too. I can teach you divine craft of metal. That's your Divine Lord. If you want to bow, knock yourself out. My Lord? Your Lord? Aren't they the same? The Puppet Master suddenly looks puzzled, glancing around and muttering. Nuwa shaped people from mud with a string. The Lord forged me from treasure and fire. Every skill we have, every desire in our heart, even fate itself, it's all written by the Divine Lord. Puppet Master stops in his tracks, covers his mouth and chuckles. Under the same sky, and you're still splitting hairs over my Lord and your Lord? No wonder you were punished, sent to the furnace to keep me company. Your Divine Lord's long gone. Why keep lying to yourself and everyone else? Lying to myself? The Puppet Master bursts into mad dance, laughing wildly. His voice hoarse and sharp like scraping metal. The Lord has always been here. You just don't see him because you are blind from your deep heart. You just don't see him because you are blind from your deep heart. That's a line. Can we look at his stats? We can. 200 key left at this point. It looks like he has the same arts that we have. He does have some of the bigger stuff, but I highly doubt he has mastered as we have. That's a little worrisome that his main weapon is a ranged weapon, though. We do not like that. Right then, the Fuyu hilt in Taiwu Dun's arms gives off a faint blue glow. Puppet Master sees it and instantly points, shouting with shock and fury. What's that? What's that? How dare you forge such evil? Are you plotting against the Lord? You got some nerve. What does that mean? Treason! It's treason! The Puppet Master shrieks, flailing his arms as fire swirls around him, making him look even more deranged. So that's it. The Lord didn't wipe you out completely, and now you found some twisted chance and forged an evil thing. Demon blood filth. I knew it. Nuwa was bound to mess everything up. She ruined all. Raving man says he's gone completely unhinged. Furious and rambling, the Puppet Master starts inching closer. That's right, that's right. You don't even know, do you? Tell you what, give me that thing to me and I'll report it to the Lord. He'll forgive me and maybe he'll pardon you too. How could the Fuyu hilt fall in the hands of a monster like you? I'm a monster, you're the real one. Puppet Master lets out a long sigh. Gold and silk threads in his hands begin to move on their own, weaving into the surrounding rocks. In the next instant, countless fire-forged mechs burst out of the ground, charging at Dihun Taiwu. Come over here. Let me give you a hand. Engage the enemy. All right. Maybe there's a mythos about a dying puppet. I'm sure there must be. Although it might also just be a trope of the genre. Okay. Hype squad. Let's go. So we are fighting up to. That is not bad. That is not bad at all. Not for us. Okay, what we don't like is that he's got that range. Hopefully he will not try to stay too far. Okay, let's get that up. We got to be really careful and make sure we leave enough breath that we can yin yang when we need to. All right. Let's give him a test. All right. We'll see. Can you receive my hit, puppet? 100%. Okay. So, not the greatest. Torso injury and a hindrance for an opening. Okay, that is pretty dang resilient, I will say that. How's he doing on me? Not really doing anything. All right, we are going to be in for a grindy battle. Good luck, hopefully. Okay, I don't want to pop meditation immediately because I want to make sure we have enough for this. I need to make sure we have 35% saved. So I need to be at 70% or so before I click this. Divine Kaleidoscope Pagoda, a T1 annihilation for ranged weapons. Force and precision. Okay. We have a full power defense for this. This will really set the mood here. Okay, that exists. We did just fine. All right, I am gonna switch over because I don't want him to wear this down with auto attacks. What we'd like to see is him not do his defense. All right, can we hit him through here? That is not stellar. Okay, 380. Okay, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. Okay, again, I want to wait for about 70 breath before we use our ability. There it is. And that gives us stance. And then we juke again. Can we... Oh, man. We keep losing our opening right before we have enough to do it again. All right, we will finish ours first. And I'm pretty sure we're safe. No defense for him, at least. We do get ours up. Oh, you're doing the same one again. We've already seen that attack. Don't you have anything new? Okay, we ran out of stamina, so our other stance is down. I just need to wait for stamina to come back. I don't want to let this sit on, so I'm just going to turn that off. Okay, I need to wait for 70 or 75% before we turn this back on. So we're in a bit of a holding pattern here for a second. $60, 75. Do I want to just juke now? I think I will. He obviously can get his defenses up in time, so I don't think I need to be too crafty about it. That is so unfortunate. All right, we'll get there, but man, that is going to be a journey. Okay, universal stance coming back up. There's my 70%. All right, we are getting close to having a midsection injury. Ganbate, says Shinosuke. You have luck that his equipment sucks. Did he just build a dragon? Yes, apparently he did. He built an inflatable dancing tube, like from a card. No, it's like the one from Infield. Yeah. Okay, he's going again. We get our defense up. Makes me very nervous when our auto attack makes me not get my defenses up. It makes me very nervous. And we are getting pretty low here. We're gonna, yeah, start taking damage. So it's probably time that we switch over to Celestial Armor. So for Celestial Armor, I only need 38 inhale. So a little bit less. But I should still probably wait till we're at about 70. Yeah. All right, hit him. I mean, this is going to be a grind, but unless he switches up attack modes, I think we're going to be okay. Look at that, a wound. Because we have fully destroyed his torso. All right, maybe let's try to mix in some unfinished Xingzhai, because this targets the hands and legs and not the main body. We'll have to build up some wounds, but if we damage those, then he'll have some combat penalties. I guess there's no combat penalty for torso, or at least I don't really see anybody having problems with it, unfortunately. All right, so for this one, I need a hack and a stab. And a bunch of stance. That's really expensive. We should look and see if we can make that a little cheaper. Nope. I'm not gonna race him. I will definitely take my defensive skill. Shoot, I put the wrong one up. All right, we'll take a little bit of damage here. I need to remember that we've worn out Yin Yang. That's not too bad. All right, now the question is, okay, these are both 1s. When these get to 2, I want to heal. I don't want a chance not doing that. Okay, we got plenty of breath. And let's do an unfinished. I don't know if this is the right strategy. Maybe I should just stick with the juke. Oh, we also need to unleash. I have not been unleashing. I definitely need to unleash. Yeah, we need to take this fight 100% seriously. Okay, I want 38%, so we want to wait a little bit before I do this. Meditation. Man, I wish my eye wasn't bugging me. I don't know if you guys noticed, but man, something allergies or something in that eye today. It's just really itchy. Bright light is definitely not helping me. Oh. Okay, hang on. Cancel that. Celestial armor. There we go. Oh, that's true. I am maxed out. Yeah, that is true. Okay, now that is very worrisome. He got through Celestial Armor really well. I was expecting that to hold up. So Yin Yang is still actually doing better than that did. Okay, we are at a 2 injury. Okay, he's been attacking very slow. I'm gonna be a little risky here. Let's do a pinpoint. Let's hit him. What do we got? I assume that's the right hand. Oh, that's left. Okay, left hand. And I would actually like... Doesn't really matter here. That's fine. We want an opening. So we're going to hit him in the left hand, and then we're going to hit him with an unfinished. And then we're going to heal. Alright, I'm going to put up Celestial Armor. Does that stay up while I do heal? I don't actually know. Yes, it does. Okay, that's good to know. I should pop a... Yeah, I should have a defensive thing up. I hope we finish that first. Oh, we do. Good. I don't know how many injuries I'm allowed to do now because I have raised my healing quite a lot. Oh, we have 2 on the torso still. Do we just heal again? I don't think so. I think we gotta let that go. Torso injuries are my least bad. It's the least bad if I take a torso injury. All right, let's do another unfinished. I want to try. Oh, we didn't get it. Oh, I lost the thing. Sometimes you can do it and then you attack and you have something fall off and then you can't afford it. So I guess we're gonna have to juke. That's fine. It was so much easier when he wasn't putting up his defenses. The bright thing about juke is it does charge my unleash fast. All right, we probably are safe to do meditation. I want to keep popping that because that's how I keep my stance high, and then we can already do another juke. Let's wait for his defenses to wear off. And my wounds are fine. I bet you... Oh, dang it. Nope, I can't just eat it. I wonder if his problem is he needs a certain combo here that his weapon's not good at producing. All right, survive. Prepare. Yeah, that still is better than celestial armor at the moment. All right, hit him with the juke. This might get an unleash ready. We got 3 torso injuries. I think it's time for a heal too. Can we get that? We're at 99 Okay, we'll try to get that unleash. Okay, I am ready for a meditation. All right, unleash or not? Do I unleash while he's got this up? Probably not. Okay, in that case, let's throw up celestial armor and let's heal again, I think. There is for torso. Don't heal again? You think let it go, huh? The thing is, once I can't heal this, that's where he's going to start being able to pile wounds on me, and I'm not going to be able to do anything about it. I have 3 more heals. I wish it would just tell me on here the maximum amount I can do. Unleash after the armor. All right, I'll hold off on the heal. I don't know though. That's feeling a little sketch. Okay, we're just gonna have to wear him down here for a second. Okay, our unleash is ready. All right, here we go. And then immediately into a thunderous. Our weapon's down to 54%. Or 54 durability, not percent. Okay, he should be getting ready to hit me with another big one here in a second. Let's at least do that to get the stance. Yep, there it is. We're down to 32%. I guess we keep doing this until we start seeing us getting hit for 100, then we switch to celestial. Okay. Yeah, we're starting to get some in there. Left leg, that wasn't too bad. Okay, let's get the universal stance up. We get that extra hit. And then we'll juke. Alright, big hits here. He doesn't have his defense up. Okay, 2 or 3. All right, this is making me too nervous. I'm gonna heal that. That's just making me too nervous. Do it. We should be incoming pretty soon for another big hit. Okay, there we go. We did leave 1 torso left, but not bad. All right, hit him with an unfinished. What do we got? Okay, left arm injury. Let's actually do... We'll put an opening up, and we would like his left arm again with an opening. And then we'll hit him with the unfinished. It'd be amazing if we hurt his arm. Although I guess I'm saying that. Do you actually need your arm for that ability? Maybe we should look at that. He is hitting me with the Divine Kaleidoscope, which requires head and neck. So actually, that doesn't really matter. Okay, good to know. That's unfortunate. That's very unfortunate. We're doing really good, though. We're doing really good. Unfortunately, we're going to start taking more damage. Our yin-yang is almost completely worn out. We're also ready to unleash. Ooh, and he's got a bunch of openings. That could be a thing. Okay, we need one more point for another opening. Let's hit meditation. Oh, nope. Guys, this might be the last time we get use out of this. Let's actually slow this down so I can read the numbers better. Okay, no, those aren't hundreds. Just the last two. Okay. Down to 14 extra percent though. Hit him with the thunderous. Let me come back up to speed. Yeah, unfortunately, head and neck, I don't have anything that targets that very well, so we're not going to be able to damage him on that particularly. So we'll just have to beat him down. It's going to be chest wounds is what's going to kill him. So the old iron special, basically. And he just attacked, so he should probably be pretty aggressive here. He seems pretty slow. Maybe I should have waited for that. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to tell. Okay, there's that 70%. No, actually, let's wait on this one. He's close to having that turn off. Oh, no. I mean, I'm gonna do it until it doesn't work. Let's bring this down again. All right, how hard are you hitting? I hate this guy so much. Okay, same, and then the two big ones. Okay, so if I really wish we had a battle log. I want to see the total of that. That didn't feel too bad. I'll put it that way. That didn't feel too bad. Okay, he doesn't have his defenses up. So we bonk him. We're over halfway through. Imai has a sword tech that aims for the head. That might be kind of nice. I can do arms and legs with unfinished, and I can do body and torso with juke. But I don't have anything that is good at head. It's like 1% or something. We need a decapitation art. Okay, I don't need slow-mo here, thank you. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Not bad. 544 wound. And that is... He needs actually 649 for an actual wound, but still. We're getting there. It's going to be chest wounds that end up finishing this guy off. I can already tell. Do I leash anyways? Probably not. Probably not. We'll just hold it. I also have an opening ready too. No. For a second I thought he turned that off. Now he's been... When this turns off, he's been starting his art a lot of times. For whatever reason. Maybe he needs a bunch of stance. We're gonna do an art? Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, we'll do Celestial this time so we can compare. And I'll probably heal afterwards. That did hit ever so slightly harder, but I think my other one also is more worn down than it was. All right, we'll get those injuries off. We can only do this one more time. Big unleash. And then we would like an opening, please. And we want an opening on the targeted chest. Opening, please. And then we juke him. Juke does extra damage to those openings in addition... in addition to openings doing extra damage. That could have been really bad. We have not eaten a raw attack yet, also. If I ever have one happen, bad things will probably happen to us. Alright. Ow, yeah, there was a 400 crit in there. We don't like that. We don't like that at all. Thunderous juke! And then we immediately hit an elixir into another juke. Ah, he does have defense for this. We're getting close, though. We're getting close. Yeah, that little bit of extra healing. We're so tough that our EHP, our effective HP, is really, really high. All right, maybe we can finish him off with an unfinished. Can we finish the unfinished? No, we can't. Okay, he's not within one, or I would opening him again. All right, we just need to go through one more rotation. He's gonna attack me when that's worn out. You gonna do it, buddy? I know you want to. Yep. I got your attack pattern down now. I have read your moves and I have seen your fate. Prepare for paddling. Okay. Finish. All right, universal stance comes up. Okay, well, I need one more point. There it is. All right, then we'll do an opening. I have read your fate in the tea leaves. The targeted body part with an opening into a juke. This should be it. I've wanted to paddle you for so long. We should melt him down and put him into a sword. It'd probably be evil, though. All right, we'll finish that, and just in case, we'll start Celestial Armor. I think we got him, though. He didn't defend. No, we didn't. Okay. Oh, yes, we did. That could have been bad. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, what went really well? Yin Yang was really good until it wasn't. Celestial Armor was nowhere near as good. The healing worked really well. I did it at about the right time. We got as much damage as we could and then wiped it off. So we never actually got to wound markers. So that was kind of nice. If we see in the background here, about half of the damage this is torso wounds, basically. And that's because Juke just hits so bloody hard. Yeah, that was about as good as that could have gone. Is the game auto pausing when the enemy starts an art? Yes, it is, Nico. Yeah, I have this setting on. It's under your main option screen. Yeah, I really like that. It gives me time to react because I'm an old man. I'm not playing this like it's a fighting game. So I have it auto pause when the enemy starts an annihilation art. I have auto movement on, although I do turn that off sometimes if I need to. And I have auto attacks on because otherwise I have to click, and it makes a really loud clicky noise in game that would annoy you guys. And I don't think there's a lot of strategy behind your auto attack. But there were a few fights where I did have to turn that off. The guy had 11k penetration. It's not Tekken. I'll show you where it's at. I can't bring up the menu until we're out of the story. The Divine Lord gave me a body of metal, forged me with his own hand, successor of Taiwu. You're no match. The puppet master stumbles forward, roaring as golden silk threads from his hands whip around like frenzied snakes. All about, the hulking puppet mechanisms begin to move at his command, surging forward like a flood of mud. But their movements are stiff, their formation chaotic. Taiwu Dun spots an opening, gather chi and legs, and strike. Taiwu Dun steps into the top of the mechanism. He reaches through the surrounding rocks, grabs the Fuyu hilt, and points it straight at Puppet Master's waist. Clang! The loud clash of metal rings out. Puppet Master winces in pain, clutching his right side. He's shocked to see a visible crack forming where the Fuyu hilt struck. With the blow landed, Taiwu Dun quickly pulls back, jumps clear of the mechanism, tries to draw the chaos away from Tongxing, looking for another opening. This metal body is tough, it won't be easy. The skies close in and we're trapped on all sides. We're both just puppets. Puppet Master furious, swinging his arms and yanking hard on the golden silks. The force is so great it tears his mechanisms apart, smashing them to the ground. With his clay soldiers down, he freezes up, completely at a loss. Push the advantage. Clang. Dun Taiwu kicks off the rock, spins around towards the Puppet Master, and drives the sword into the cracked spot. Another loud metal clang echoes through the furnace, clashing with the sound of Tongshin's forging. Puppet Master staggers, the crack on his right side spreads across his chest. His body flies backwards like a broken kite. crashing down by the test stone at the furnace's center. We have no grudge. There's no need to drag this out. Yeah, let me just put you down. But Puppet Master pushes himself up in front of the giant sword. He leans against it and puffs it and lifts his pinky. With a faint laugh, he looks at the hidden silk thread. Hey, successor Taiwu, look. The thread trails all the way to Dun Taiwu, and the end is wrapped around the Fuyu hilt. Puppet Master pulls his arm. Vigorous force travels along the thread. He chuckles hoarsely. Got you now. That thing's brought to the Lord. It must. Can't let him take the hilt. Clang. Just as the force pulls, the thread grows stronger. A voice calls out from the rocks below. Tongxing lifts his weapon high and shouts hoarsely. Successor Taiwu, please help me train its smithing. Tongshu, all right then. Taiwu Dun turns and sees Tongshu's entire body glowing red. Heat melting the armor at joints and waist, wrapping his form. Even so, Tongxing raises his last arm, lifting its unfinished weapon high. The blade's edge is rough and mostly unadorned, clearly not fully forged, but its spirit is complete. The steel is fused from countless swords hammered into one. The Puppet Master spots the weapon in Tongshi's hand, and his face twists in fear. He pulls hard on the thread, trying to stop Dun Taiwu from taking the sword, but Tongxing throws it through the air towards Taiwu Dun, and his body collapses in a crash, shattering into pieces. Please, help me train its smithing. Catch the weapon. Leave it to me, Tongxing. Oh, who said I was gonna get a tier 3 sword? You just didn't believe. You didn't believe in me who believed in Tongxing. I hope that will be a lesson. Forge-worn blade, tier 1. It's a relic. The ultimate masterpiece of the modern skills of Swordsmith Villa, crafted by fusing the indomitable iron that has withstood countless strikes of blades and hammers at the ancestral forge. Tempered in searing flames, it has nearly reached an indestructible state, embodying the very spirit of the sword's unwavering will and the essence of its creation. Its very presence installs fear in all weapons, causing anything forged with inferior artsmanship, material, or tempering to shatter on contact. Swordsmith Villa martial art power plus 20. It's not a weapon. You're not a weapon. I don't know what to tell you. It's okay to be jealous. It's okay to be jealous. Taiwu Dun grips the Fuyu hilt in one hand and catches the other blade. He gently sets it by his side. In an instant, the blade flares in power. The flames shrink away as if driven back by a raging tide. Puppet Master's fear grows. He clutches the silk thread tightly, refusing to let go. Puppet Master, I'll ask you one more time. Are you really not done? Puppet Master, now cornered against the test stone, lashes out in rage. He laughs wildly, his voice shrill and crazed. All things under heaven have their rank. Some rule, some serve. I guess you're gonna serve then. I can't run from it, and neither can you. As soon as he finishes, the Puppet Master yanks the golden thread with all of his strength, trying to take the blade and kill them. Use his pull to get close. Let's see how sharp this blade is. Taiwu Dun grips the Fuyu hilt tight and dashes forward, boosted by the Puppet Master's strength. The blade doesn't follow any particular form, just a straight thrust forward. It slices the golden silk thread in its path, tearing them to bits. Clang! The blade pierces through Puppet Master's right chest and nails into the stone sword behind it. The Puppet Master screams in pain. He rips himself free from the wound and tumbles back, panic. He retreats around the rocky ground, but still reaches for the Fuyu hilt with a few golden silk threads. Hold the broken blade and push forward with the momentum. Spark flies, metal screeches. The broken blade smashes through the stones as it sweeps across. Even though the blade keeps cracking, the force never lets up. Finally, Puppet Master backs all the way to the cliff's edge. With nowhere left to go, his right shoulder suddenly feels heavy. In the next moment, he's split clean in two. I'm just saying, if it was a weapon and it want good for the build, it would have been funny. All the story finales are relics. That's kind of nice that we'll, as long as we don't lose it, we'll have it for the rest of the playthrough. It's cleaving time. The epilogue rewards some more? Okay. In a daze, Puppet Master looks up through the flying scraps of metal and golden silk threads. He sees the sky above the furnace dome. The long night is finally over. The smoke is gone. Countless artisans look down from above, eyes full of hope. But he himself is slowly sinking in the molten fire below. The light from above grows further and further away. Divine Lord, this mortal Taiwu, this bronze Qing, they don't seem like what you said at all. Puppet Master's gone. Boom. A sudden crash comes from the sword stone. Taiwu Dun notices large cracks spreading from the old test marks. Crawling across the surface of the stone, chunks of rock break off the sword stone and fall into the molten pit, sending up a blast of fire. Seeing the danger rising below the furnace, Taiwu Dun rushes over to where Tongxing is. All that's left is the bronze head, still and silent. The body beneath has melted into an unrecognizable lump. Pick up the head and head back the way you came. Boom! Another loud crash. The artisans watch as Taiwu Dun returns from the furnace. They quickly ask if Master Ao's successor is. When they see the bronze head and broken blade in Taiwu's hands, they all sigh and quietly leave the furnace, afraid of getting hurt by the collapsing stone. Boom! It's a third deafening noise. It startles the shopkeepers waiting outside the furnace. They all turn to look at the ancestral forge. The sacred sword stone, the standing tall for 1,000 years, now slowly sinks. In their tired eyes, shock mixes with the blazing fire reflected from inside. Sir, looks like those two successors really did forge a celestial weapon. Old fox, looks like you lost this time. Guangshu's caravan keeper lets out a long sigh and turns toward the mountain gate. Well, so be it. If it's forged, it's forged. The successor of Taiwu Path was never for us to meddle with. And now we've got Master U's successor too. Gain or loss, the ledger can't count that high anymore. Maybe it's better not to count at all, you coward. Other shopkeepers start making excuses and take their leave. We've been waiting all night. We're gonna catch a nap. See you. I have urgent matters at the shop. Please excuse me. I'll take my leave. Once the test stone fully sinks in the ancestral forge, the flames inside blaze high. They shine bright like a torch, lighting up the heavens nearby and even faraway travelers. It's so bright, folks jolt awake, thinking it's noon when it's barely dawn. Disciples stare at the now empty furnace and then look back at the broken blade and bronze head in Dun's hands. And suddenly they realize maybe the blade's been forged through 100 trials and cut thoroughly to tie between the celestial and human isn't just a sword, it's a person. After that, Swordsmith Villa becomes the center of attention. Galleons from across the land come knocking, bringing gifts. The line of well-wishers stretches from the mountain gate all the way down the hill. Some offer funds to help reforge the furnace using bronze as the core and remaking the sword stone. The disciples get busy, some greeting guests, some working on the furnace. It's as if everyone has forgotten the past and yesterday's pain. Or maybe it's the legacy itself that lifts the future on its shoulders. Celestial sword, all ruined, is amazing. Bible thump. But the stiff, silent bronze figure still nowhere to be found. All that's left of the broken blade that struck down Puppet Master in the stone, its edge is jagged, its body chipped, but never bent. Just like the mountain stretching out on the horizon, shaped by time and nature, yet still standing proud. Everything at Swordsmith Villa is wrapped up. It's time to move on. Event complete. My goodness. That was like 2 hours, just for the record. Okay, and for the record, we are at our 4-hour mark. So while I don't wish to leave that last little bit hanging, my voice is absolutely shredded. So we are gonna have to call it there. Broken, never bent. What a strong line. I agree, Shinosuke. I agree. This was a great quest. I really enjoyed that. That was really good. We will be back on Wednesday with the next Scroll of Taiwu stream. Same time. Assuming I don't completely lose my voice here, then we'll be back with a little Pal World this evening in about 2 hours. If you want to hang out, it's a much more casual stream, just chit-chatting and playing some Pal World. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this one. I really enjoyed that story. As for what comes next, I'm probably going to try to seek out a couple more abilities. Did that allow us to unlock anything new? No, it didn't. So I'm going to probably find a couple more abilities, and then I think it's sword mount time. I don't think we have that much more power to grab. A couple abilities is all we can really fit. So I won't say we'll get to it next time, because God knows I never can do things quickly, but in the semi-near future. Quest still up. Yeah, we will have to finish it next time, though. We are out of time for today, because I can roll a month here. triple exclamation point. That's right. We can also finish the Wu Dang quest line. Yeah, we got so much more to do. So much more to do. All right, but that will be it for today, guys. As always, if you enjoyed it, don't forget to leave a like. That is much appreciated. And we'll get a new companion next time. We'll check it out next time. Yep. If you're not subscribed, I hope I've earned your subscription. I'd love to have you back. And as always, if you want to support the channel, a super chat when I'm live, check out the memberships or the Patreon if you just want to leave a tip. All right, guys, have a great one. I will see you hopefully in a little bit here. Babble out.